Close your eyes and imagine a vast land where winds sweep across endless grasslands, where majestic mountains rise against a deep blue sky, and shimmering rivers wind like silken ribbons through valleys. This was North America before 1492, a world untouched by the hoofbeats of Europeans or the creaking of ocean-crossing ships. This was the land of indigenous peoples who had lived, loved, fought, and told their stories for tens of thousands of years. The story of the United States begins here, not with Columbus's ships, but with the first human footprints on this land. Imagine a time more than 15,000 years ago when the first groups of people crossed the Bering Strait, a land bridge connecting Siberia and Alaska, now submerged beneath the sea. They were brave hunters, following the tracks of mammoths and giant bison. These people, ancestors of the indigenous peoples, had no idea that they were laying the foundation for rich cultures stretching from the East Coast to the West Coast. They settled, adapted, and created diverse communities, each with its own unique identity, harmonizing with nature as if they were a part of the earth and sky. In the southwest, imagine red cliffs glowing under the sun, where the Anasazi built homes of stone and adobe, like cities suspended on cliff faces. They were skilled farmers, growing corn, beans, and squash in arid lands, using intelligent irrigation systems to transform the desert into green gardens. Petroglyphs tell the story of their lives, ceremonies under the moonlight, rain dances, and legends of gods who created the world. In the east, imagine the dense forests of the northeast, where the Iroquois Confederacy formed, a complex political alliance among 5 tribes known as the 5 Nations. They met in longhouses where elders discussed peace, war, and the fate of their people. The Iroquois Constitution, with its principles of democracy and unity, would later inspire the American founding fathers, though few would admit it. Iroquois women played an important role, holding the power to choose leaders, something the Western world at that time could hardly imagine. On the Great Plains, tribes like the Lakota and Cheyenne lived nomadic lives, following the bison herds, their sacred source of life. Imagine an afternoon on the prairie, with hunters on horseback, arrows flying through the air, and evenings by the campfire, where stories of heroes and spirits were told through songs. Teepees rose like small dots on the grasslands, symbols of harmony between humans and nature. In the southeast, tribes like the Cherokee and Creek built agricultural towns with sprawling cornfields and complex ceremonies honoring Mother Earth. They had writing systems, laws, and trade alliances stretching for hundreds of miles. Imagine a Cherokee green corn ceremony, where the entire community gathered, danced, and gave thanks for the harvest. The sounds of drums, singing, and joy filled the air, a reminder that this land was a place of life and connection. But not everything was peaceful. Tribes sometimes conflicted over land, resources, or honor. Battles occurred, but unlike later European wars, they were often ritualistic, with the goal not of destruction, but of asserting strength or resolving disputes. Trade was also important. Tribes exchanged pearls, furs, and copper from mines in the Great Lakes, creating trade networks that spanned the continent. Imagine a moment, on an early morning, while fog still covered the Mississippi Valley. A young girl from the Cahokia tribe stood atop a large mound, an earthen pyramid of the Mississippian civilization, looking down at her bustling city. Cahokia, at its peak, was a metropolis with tens of thousands of inhabitants, with squares, markets, and temples. The people here were not only farmers, but also architects, astronomers, and storytellers, recording their history through symbols and legends. This land, before 1492, was not a wilderness as later European explorers described it. It was a vibrant world with millions of people from hundreds of tribes, speaking hundreds of languages and living in different ways, but all deeply connected to Mother Earth. They did not know that on the other side of the ocean, ships were setting sail, carrying dreams of gold, power, and conquest. Those ships would change this land forever, opening a new chapter of glory and sorrow. As the sun set over the prairies, mountains, and rivers, imagine the indigenous people looking up at the starry sky, unaware that their fate was about to be swept into a great storm. This is the dawn of a story, the story of a land that would become the United States. But first, it is the story of the first people who lived, loved, and left an indelible mark on this land. And then, from the horizon, white sails appeared, bringing a new world, and also unknown conflicts. Imagine you are standing on the deck of an old wooden ship, the waves roaring beneath your feet, and before you is a hazy horizon, where land is just a faint strip between the deep blue ocean. This is 1492, and you are one of the sailors accompanying Christopher Columbus, the man with eyes burning with ambition, believing he is on his way to find a shorter route to Asia by sailing west. But when the ship docked at an island in the Caribbean, it was not the bustling markets of China or India that appeared, but a completely new world, a land unknown to Europeans. This was the opening moment of the first colonial period of the United States, a chapter of history full of adventure, discovery, and conflicts that shaped the future. When Columbus set foot on the island he called San Salvador, he saw the indigenous people, the Taino, with tanned skin, shell jewelry, and a hospitality that surprised him. They brought gifts such as fruit, feathers, and even gold, the metal that made Columbus's eyes light up. But don't let the glamour of the story deceive you. Columbus's arrival was not just an expedition. It was the beginning of an invasion. The Taino, with their rich culture and complex society, could not have known that these ships carried not only explorers, but also disease, violence, and the ambition to seize. In the following decades, European powers, Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands, began a race for control of the New World. Spain led with conquerors like Hernán Cortés and Francisco Pizarro. But in the north, where the United States would become, the colonial story truly began with the English. Imagine other wooden ships crossing the Atlantic, carrying men and women with dreams of wealth, religious freedom, or simply a new life. But North America was not the paradise they imagined. Dense forests, harsh winters, and indigenous peoples with unfamiliar languages and customs made everything challenging. In 1607, a group of about 100 Englishmen landed on a marshy area in Virginia, naming it Jamestown, after King James I. Imagine the scene. Men in tight armor, sweating under the sun, chopped trees, built shelters, and tried to survive in a strange land. They were nobles, mercenaries, and gold seekers, but almost none of them knew how to farm or hunt. The first few months were a nightmare. Starvation swept through the colony, disease raged, and clashes with the Powhatan people, the dominant native tribe in the area, made the situation even more tense. Among the settlers was a prominent figure, John Smith, a seasoned mercenary with a personality that was both daring and arrogant. Imagine him, with his thick beard and sharp eyes, commanding exhausted men, pushing them to work, and negotiating with the Powhatan for food. The story of Pocahontas, daughter of the Powhatan chief, saving John Smith's life, has become legendary, though the truth was probably far more complex. Pocahontas, a smart and curious young woman, became a fragile bridge between two worlds. But peace did not last. Cultural misunderstandings, land disputes, and English greed strained the relationship. Jamestown almost collapsed. The winter of 1609 to 1610 known as the starving time, pushed the colony to despair. It is said that some settlers ate grass, tree bark, and even dug up graves for food. But then a glimmer of hope appeared. Not gold, but tobacco. John Rolfe, another settler, experimented with growing West Indian tobacco, and it quickly became Virginia's brown gold. Imagine vast tobacco fields with settlers and indentured laborers, including the first enslaved people from Africa, working under the scorching sun. Tobacco not only saved Jamestown, but also transformed it into a commercial hub, attracting more settlers and ushering in a new era. But let's pause for a moment and look from the Powhatan perspective. For them, the newcomers were not heroic explorers, but invaders. Their land was taken, forests were cleared, and diseases like smallpox, to which the natives had no immunity, began to sweep through. Chief Powhatan, a seasoned strategist, initially tried to appease them, but his patience gradually ran out. Small skirmishes occurred, foreshadowing larger conflicts in the future. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the French and Dutch also began to set foot in North America. The French established outposts in Quebec, trading furs with tribes like the Algonquin, while the Dutch built New Amsterdam, the precursor to New York, as a trading center. But it was the English, with Jamestown, who laid the foundation for what would become the United States. This was a difficult beginning, with grand dreams tested by harsh realities. The settlers not only faced nature and the natives, but also themselves. Internal conflicts, greed, and the question of whether they could build a new society in this land. As the sun set over the Virginia swamps, the faint light from the Jamestown shelters symbolized hope and perseverance. But in the shadows, the Powhatan watched, wondering what fate awaited their land and people. This was the early colonial period, a chapter full of adventure, conflict, and the first seeds of a nation. But ahead, greater challenges awaited, as ships continued to bring more people, ideas, and new conflicts to these shores. Imagine you are standing on a windy beach in Virginia in 1610. Waves crash on the shore, carrying the smell of salt and hope. In the distance, the wooden huts of Jamestown are gradually being replaced by more solid houses. Smoke rises from chimneys, and endless tobacco fields stretch out. But this is no longer the story of a single outpost. From these shores, a new wave of settlers was spreading, bringing with them dreams of a new life, but also sowing the seeds of conflict and change. This was a period when the English colonies in North America began to take deeper root, expand, and shape a new society, but at no small cost. After years of hardship in Jamestown, the English realized that North America was not the land of gold they had once dreamed of. However, tobacco became their salvation, transforming Virginia into an early economic hub. Imagine vast plantations where settlers, indentured servants, and even the first enslaved people from Africa toiled under the sun. Ships laden with tobacco left port, bound for London, bringing huge profits to the Virginia Company. But this prosperity came at a price. The land of the Powhatan people was increasingly encroached upon, and clashes became more frequent. In 1622, a surprise attack by the Powhatan on Jamestown killed hundreds of settlers, marking the end of the fragile peace. The English retaliated with violence, and the relationship between the two sides spiraled into hostility. While Virginia gradually stabilized, a new wave of settlement began in the north. In 1620, the ship Mayflower carried 102 passengers, known as the Pilgrims, to Plymouth, now Massachusetts. Imagine them, Puritans, fleeing religious persecution in England, carrying the dream of building an ideal society based on faith. But upon landing, they faced a harsh winter. Nearly half of them died from hunger, cold, and disease. Imagine the wattle and daub houses, the weak firelight at night, and the prayers echoing in the biting cold. Their survival depended on the help of the native Wampanoag people, especially Squanto, who taught them how to grow corn, fish, and survive in the new land. The first Thanksgiving in 1621, when the Pilgrims and the Wampanoag sat down together to share a meal, became legendary. Imagine a long outdoor table with venison, corn, pumpkins, and stories exchanged between two cultures. But this moment of harmony was fleeting. As more and more settlers arrived, the Wampanoag's land was encroached upon, and tensions increased. The Puritans, with their strong belief that they were chosen by God to build a city upon a hill, often viewed the natives as an obstacle to their mission. The seeds of conflict had been sown. Meanwhile, other colonies began to spring up like mushrooms after rain. Massachusetts Bay, founded in 1630, quickly grew thanks to the influx of Puritans from England. Imagine early Boston, a small town with narrow streets, solemn churches, and community meetings where all decisions were made based on the Bible. John Winthrop, the colony's governor, called for the building of a model society, but his rigidity and that of the Puritan leaders also caused discontent. People like Anne Hutchinson and Roger Williams were expelled for daring to challenge dogma. Williams, with his vision of religious freedom, founded Rhode Island, a place where everyone, from Jews to Quakers, could worship in their own way. In the South, Maryland was founded in 1632 as a refuge for English Catholics, but it soon became a center for tobacco cultivation, like Virginia. Imagine ships full of settlers and indentured servants crossing the Atlantic, bringing with them both dreams and conflicts. Indentured servants, often poor young people from England, worked on plantations with the hope of one day owning land. But the reality was much harsher. The indentured servitude system was gradually replaced by African slaves who were chained and brought to America from 1619. Imagine the scene of slave ships arriving in port, people stripped of their freedom, carrying the pain and memories of a distant homeland. This was the beginning of a stain on American history, a contradiction that would haunt the nation for centuries. As the colonies expanded, relations with Native Americans deteriorated. In New England, the Pequot War, 1636 to 1638, was a bloody milestone. The Puritans, with the support of rival tribes like the Narragansett, attacked and nearly annihilated the Pequot people. Imagine a Pequot village burned to the ground, cries for help mingling with the smoke and flames. This event was not just a victory for the settlers, but also a warning. North America was becoming a battlefield for power and land. But not all was conflict. Trade between Native Americans and settlers also flourished. In Virginia, the Powhatan traded corn and furs for knives, axes, and cloth from the English. In New England, the Wampanoag and other tribes traded furs, a valuable commodity in Europe, but trade also brought dependence. Native Americans gradually became reliant on European goods, while diseases like smallpox continued to sweep through, weakening native communities. Imagine a once bustling village, now with only a few survivors, stories and traditions, gradually fading in sorrow. By 1680, the English colonies had begun to forge their own identity. Virginia, with its tobacco economy, became a symbol of Southern prosperity. New England, with its Puritan faith, was a center of religion and education. The first schools emerged, and Harvard was founded in 1636, training ministers and leaders. But this was also a period of internal tensions. Settlers began to question the power of the English monarchy, while poor laborers and Native Americans felt marginalized. Small rebellions, like Bacon's rebellion in 1676 in Virginia, when disgruntled farmers attacked both Native Americans and the colonial government, were signs of growing rifts. As the sun rose over the fields of Virginia or the forests of New England, these colonies were no longer temporary outposts. They had become vibrant communities with homes, churches, and dreams of a new future. But behind this development were heartbreaking stories: land seized, native cultures encroached upon, and a divided society beginning to form. This was the period when the future America was sown, but also when deep conflicts over land, power, and people began to take root, waiting for the day to erupt. Imagine yourself walking on a cobblestone street in Boston in 1680. The clatter of horse hooves blends with the cries of street vendors, the smell of freshly baked bread from the bakery, and the distant chime of church bells. Large ships are anchored in the harbor, laden with timber, furs, and tobacco bound for Europe, while other ships bring back textiles, porcelain, and new ideas. The English colonies in North America are no longer fragile outposts easily wiped out by hunger or harsh winters. They have matured into vibrant communities with towns, schools, and even new conflicts. This was a period when the colonies began to forge their own identity, but it was also when the first cracks in the relationship with England and among social classes began to appear, foreshadowing a turbulent future. In New England, Boston had become a bustling center with a growing population and wooden houses being replaced by sturdy brick buildings. Imagine a Sunday morning when the entire community gathers in church, listening to the sermons of Puritan ministers who still held strong spiritual power. But the atmosphere here had changed. Generations born in America, no longer carrying memories of England, began to question the distant control of the kingdom. Schools like Harvard trained new leaders who not only knew the Bible, but also read the works of John Locke and other Enlightenment thinkers. Ideas of individual rights and freedom began to subtly emerge, though still faint. Meanwhile, in Virginia, tobacco plantations had transformed the region into one of the wealthiest colonies. Imagine lush green fields where laborers, from impoverished indentured servants to African slaves, worked tirelessly. Slavery, which was only a small part in the early days of Jamestown, now became the economic backbone of the South. Ships carrying shackled Africans arrived at ports with increasing frequency, bringing people deprived of their freedom and culture. Imagine a man, brought from West Africa, standing on the Virginia dock, his eyes empty, but containing a fierce will to survive. These slaves were not just laborers. They brought with them music, stories, and the seeds of a culture that would shape America later. But Virginia's prosperity was not for everyone. Indentured servants, often poor young people from England, came with the promise of land, but often received only years of arduous labor. Many died before completing their contracts, and those who survived often found themselves unable to compete with wealthy plantation owners. Discontent simmered within them, and in 1676, it erupted in Bacon's rebellion. Imagine Nathaniel Bacon, an ambitious young settler, leading a crowd of disgruntled farmers and laborers, attacking both Native Americans and the colonial government. They burned Jamestown, declaring opposition to the injustice of the elite. The rebellion was eventually suppressed, and Bacon died of illness. But the event left a profound lesson. Inequality was dividing colonial society, and the people were ready to rise up. In the North, New England was also not immune to conflict. King Philip's War, 1675 to 1676, was one of the bloodiest wars in colonial history. The Wampanoag, under the leadership of Chief Metacom, called King Philip by the English, rose up against the encroachment of settlers on their land. Imagine burning villages, ambushes in deep forests, and fear engulfing both sides. This war devastated New England, destroying dozens of towns and killing thousands, including both settlers and Native Americans. When Metacom was killed, his head was severed and displayed as a trophy, a brutal symbol of English dominance. But this victory came at a high price. The indigenous people of New England lost much of their land and power, while the settlers realized that their expansion would always be accompanied by blood and fire. Meanwhile, new colonies continued to emerge. Pennsylvania, founded in 1681 by William Penn, was a unique experiment. Penn, a Quaker with a belief in peace and equality, dreamed of a colony where everyone could live in harmony, regardless of religion. Imagine early Philadelphia. Neatly planned streets, simple but cozy houses, and Quaker meetings where everyone had a voice. Pennsylvania became a destination for immigrants from all over Europe, Germany, Ireland, Scotland, bringing their cultures and languages. But even here, tensions with indigenous peoples, like the Lenape tribe, persisted as land continued to be taken. Trade was the driving force behind the colony's development. In Boston and New York, merchants grew wealthy by exporting timber, fish, and furs, while importing wine, tea, and luxury goods from Europe. Imagine a bustling harbor, with shouting sailors, cargo being loaded onto ships, and elegantly dressed merchants discussing prices. But trade also brought dependence on Great Britain. The colonies were bound by the Navigation Acts, forcing them to trade only with Britain or through British ships. Some merchants began to smuggle secretly, an early sign of dissatisfaction with distant control. Culture also began to flourish. The first printing presses appeared, publishing books, newspapers, and even poems praising the new land. In New England, schools taught children to read the Bible, but also began to teach mathematics and literature. Women, though limited to domestic roles, began to make their mark by managing households and educating their children. Meanwhile, on southern plantations, enslaved Africans brought their dances, songs, and folk tales, creating a unique hybrid culture, though constrained by shackles. By 1730, the English colonies had become an inseparable part of the empire. They produced raw materials, consumed British goods, and served as a springboard for the kingdom's ambitions. But within these communities, a new identity was forming. Those born in America, called Americans, no longer felt entirely British. They were proud of their land, but also began to resent the laws from London. At the same time, social injustices between planters and laborers, between settlers and indigenous peoples, between freedom and slavery, were simmering, waiting to erupt. As dusk fell over the fields of Virginia or the streets of Boston, these colonies were not just bright spots on the map of the British Empire. They were communities of people with dreams, fears, and aspirations. They were building a new world, but also inadvertently laying the groundwork for conflicts that would shape the destiny of a nation yet to be born. This was a period when America began to discover who it was, but also when big questions about freedom, justice, and power began to echo, awaiting answers in the decades ahead. Imagine you are sitting in a small coffee shop in Philadelphia in 1730, candlelight flickering on the wooden walls, and the smell of ink wafting through the air. Around you, men in simple suits and women in long dresses are passionately debating new ideas from Europe, ideas about reason, liberty, and human rights. On the table, a freshly printed newspaper, still smelling of ink, brings news from London, Paris, and even stories from the colonies themselves. This was a period when the English colonies in North America not only grew economically and in population, but also became a crucible of ideas, where the seeds of revolution and American identity began to sprout. But at the same time, a fervent religious wave was also spreading, awakening souls and dividing communities. This was the era of the Enlightenment and the Great Awakening, a vibrant chapter in history where reason and faith intertwined, shaping the future of a nation yet to be born. In Philadelphia, a prominent figure walked the cobblestone streets, Benjamin Franklin, a man with sharp eyes and insatiable curiosity. Imagine him, with disheveled hair and a mischievous smile, a printer, a scientist, and a thinker all at once. Franklin embodied the spirit of the Enlightenment, a movement from Europe where reason was celebrated as the torch illuminating the path of progress. He published Poor Richard's Almanac, a small book containing practical advice, witty aphorisms, and bold ideas about individual liberty. Imagine a farmer in Pennsylvania sitting by the fireplace reading Franklin's words. "A penny saved is a penny earned." These words not only taught about money, but also ignited a spirit of self-reliance and independence. The colonies, especially in New England, became fertile ground for new ideas. Universities like Harvard and Yale, though initially founded to train ministers, now became centers of Enlightenment thought. Imagine a lecture hall at Harvard, where young students debated the philosophy of John Locke, who argued that government is legitimate only with the consent of the governed. These ideas, though still abstract, began to permeate the minds of colonial leaders, those who would soon question the power of the British Crown. In coffee houses and printing presses, the first newspapers, like the Boston Newsletter, brought information and calls for change. A reading culture began to spread, and with it, a sense of a distinct identity, different from England. But the Enlightenment was not just about academic debates. It also manifested in practical innovations. Imagine Franklin in his small laboratory, experimenting with electricity and inventing the lightning rod, a device that saved thousands of lives from thunderstorms. In other colonies, inventors and merchants began building mills, forges, and even faster ships, connecting the colonies to each other and to the world. Philadelphia, Boston, and New York became bustling commercial centers, with busy harbors filled with ships. But this wealth also deepened inequality. While merchants accumulated fortunes, poor laborers and enslaved Africans remained marginalized, working on plantations or in workshops without enjoying the fruits of their labor. While Enlightenment reason spread, another movement, emotional and fervent, also swept through the colonies, the Great Awakening. Imagine a field in Massachusetts where hundreds of people gathered under the summer sky, listening to a young minister named Jonathan Edwards. With a deep but powerful voice, Edwards preached "sinners in the hands of an angry God," describing the fragility of human life before God's judgment. Imagine the crowd, from farmers to blacksmiths, weeping, trembling, and kneeling for forgiveness. Edwards's sermon was not just about religion. It awakened a sense of individuality, of a direct connection with God, challenging the authority of traditional churches. The Great Awakening was not just a religious phenomenon. It was a social revolution. Ministers like George Whitefield, a charismatic speaker from England, traveled throughout the colonies, attracting thousands to outdoor sermons. Imagine Whitefield standing on a hill in Philadelphia, his voice echoing like thunder, making even skeptics stop and listen. He called on everyone, rich and poor alike, seeking salvation through personal faith, rather than relying on ministers or churches. This idea, though religious, was very close to the spirit of the Enlightenment, individual rights and freedom of choice. This movement divided communities. In New England, traditional Puritan churches called people like Edwards and Whitefield fanatics, while their supporters, known as New Lights, believed they were reviving true faith. New denominations, such as Baptist and Methodist, began to emerge, attracting those who felt marginalized by the religious elite. Imagine a poor tailor in Boston, feeling for the first time that he was valuable in God's eyes, regardless of social status. The Great Awakening not only stirred spirituality, it also sowed the seeds of the idea of equality, an idea that would later become a revolutionary spark. While the colonies were buzzing with new ideas, the outside world was also having a strong impact. Imperial wars between England, France, and Spain drew the colonies into a spiral of conflict. Imagine a small fort on the Pennsylvania frontier, where settlers and native allies prepared to confront French forces and rival tribes. King William's War, 1689 to 1697, and Queen Anne's War, 1702 to 1713, were the first conflicts where the English colonies fought to defend their territory against the French in Canada and their allied native tribes. These wars were not only costly in terms of lives and resources, but also made the colonists question, why should they shed blood for London's interests? Native peoples, caught between the lines of empires, had to make difficult choices. Some tribes, like the Iroquois, skillfully played a balancing act between the British and French to protect their interests. But most other tribes faced constant loss, land seized, culture encroached upon, and populations declining due to disease. Imagine a Lenape village in Pennsylvania, once bustling with children's voices and traditional ceremonies, now only empty huts after a smallpox epidemic. By 1754, a larger conflict began. The French and Indian War, part of the 7 Years' War. Imagine a teenager named George Washington, young and inexperienced, leading a small army into the Ohio wilderness, inadvertently sparking a global war. This war was not just about land. It was about power between empires and the fate of North America. The English colonies, from Virginia to Massachusetts, provided soldiers, money, and resources, but they also began to realize that their interests did not always align with those of the British Kingdom. By 1760, the English colonies had changed profoundly. The population soared, with thousands of immigrants from Ireland, Germany, and Scotland pouring in, bringing with them new languages, customs, and even new conflicts. Cities like Philadelphia and Boston became cultural centers, with theaters, libraries, and lively debates about politics and religion. But this development also deepened existing rifts. The elite, merchants, planters, and ministers, became increasingly distant from laborers, farmers, and slaves. Meanwhile, dependence on Britain, from trade to military, began to make many feel stifled. Imagine an evening in a New York tavern, where a group of merchants, farmers, and artisans gathered, debating freedom and taxes. One of them, perhaps having just read an article by Franklin, exclaimed, "Why should we send our money and blood to a kingdom thousands of miles away?" This question, though just a whisper in the dark, was a sign of a major change. The colonies were no longer just outposts of the empire. They were beginning to think of themselves as a separate entity, a nation in the making. When the moonlight illuminated the streets of Boston or the fields of Virginia, these colonies were a picture of contrasts: reason and faith, freedom and slavery, unity and division. The Great Awakening stirred the soul, while the Enlightenment expanded the mind. But these ideas also sowed the seeds of discontent, with Britain, with injustice, and with the very system that bound them. This was the period when the future America began to take shape, but also when big questions about power, freedom, and identity awaited answers in a rapidly changing world. Imagine standing on a cobblestone street in Boston in 1765 amidst an angry crowd. Shouts echoed, interspersed with church bells and the smell of smoke from bonfires lit in protest. An effigy of a British official hung from a tree while artisans, merchants and farmers stomped their feet chanting, "No taxation without representation." The atmosphere was boiling like a pot about to overflow. The British colonies in North America, once proud subjects of the kingdom, now stood at a historical crossroads. This was the period when simmering discontent erupted into a blaze as ideas of liberty and justice began to challenge the power of the British Empire. The seeds of revolution had been sown, and from the streets of Boston to the plantations of Virginia, the colonists were preparing for a struggle that would change the world. After the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, Britain achieved a glorious victory over France, expanding its control in North America. But this victory came at a high price. Britain's national debt soared, and Parliament in London decided that the colonies, who had benefited from the war, must share the financial burden. Imagine a merchant in Philadelphia just returned from the harbor, opening a letter from London and reading about new laws, import duties, taxes on goods, and stricter trade regulations. For the colonists, these measures were not just about money, they were an insult. They had never been consulted, never had representation in the British Parliament. The idea that they had to pay taxes without a voice was unacceptable. At the same time, the colonies were changing. The population boomed, with over 2 million people living along the East Coast, from bustling towns like Boston and New York to vast plantations in Virginia and Carolina. The settlers were no longer just British immigrants. They were American-born generations, proud of their land. Imagine a farming family in Massachusetts sitting around the dinner table, discussing news from the city. They read Benjamin Franklin's newspapers, listened to sermons about liberty, and felt that they deserved a say in their own destiny. This spirit, nurtured by the Enlightenment and the Great Awakening, now became the fire against distant British control. In 1765, the British Parliament passed the Stamp Act, requiring all legal documents, licenses, and even newspapers in the colonies to bear a tax stamp. Imagine a lawyer in Boston opening a drawer and finding that every contract paper now had to have a stamp purchased from a British official. For the colonists, this was not just a tax. It was a symbol of oppression. They were accustomed to self-governance through colonial assemblies, where people like them elected representatives. But the Stamp Act, imposed from London, was a reminder that they were still subjects of a distant empire. The reaction was immediate and fierce. In Boston, a group called the Sons of Liberty, led by Samuel Adams, a politician with sharp eyes and a fiery voice, organized protests. Imagine the scene. Hundreds of people gathered in Liberty Square, burning effigies of tax collectors and destroying their offices. In Virginia, a young lawyer named Patrick Henry stood before the House of Burgesses. Imagine you are standing on a cobblestone street in Boston in 1765 amidst an angry crowd. Shouts echo, interspersed with church bells and the smell of smoke from bonfires lit in protest. An effigy of a British official hangs from a tree, while artisans, merchants, and farmers stomp their feet, chanting, "No taxation without representation." The atmosphere is boiling, like a pot about to overflow. The British colonies in North America, once proud subjects of the kingdom, now stand at a historical crossroads. This was a period when simmering discontent erupted into flames, when ideas of liberty and justice began to challenge the power of the British Empire. The seeds of revolution had been sown, and from the streets of Boston to the plantations of Virginia, the colonists were preparing for a struggle that would change the world. After the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, Britain achieved a glorious victory over France, expanding its control in North America. But this victory came at a high price. Britain's national debt soared, and Parliament in London decided that the colonies, who had benefited from the war, must share the financial burden. Imagine a merchant in Philadelphia, just returned from the harbour, opening a letter from London and reading about new acts, import duties, commodity taxes, and stricter trade regulations. For the colonists, these measures were not just a matter of money. They were an insult. They had never been consulted, never had representation in the British Parliament. The idea that they had to pay taxes without a voice was unacceptable. At the same time, the colonies were changing. The population exploded, with over 2 million people living along the East Coast, from bustling towns like Boston and New York to vast plantations in Virginia and Carolina. The settlers were no longer just British emigrants. They were generations born in America, proud of their land. Imagine a farming family in Massachusetts, sitting around the dinner table, discussing the news from the city. They read Benjamin Franklin's newspapers, heard sermons about freedom, and felt that they deserved a say in their own destiny. This spirit, nurtured by the Enlightenment and the Great Awakening, now became a flame against distant British control. In 1765, the British Parliament passed the Stamp Act, requiring all legal documents, licenses, and even newspapers in the colonies to bear a tax stamp. Imagine a lawyer in Boston, opening a drawer and finding that every contract paper now had to have a stamp purchased from a British official. For the colonists, this was not just a tax, it was a symbol of oppression. They were accustomed to self-governance through colonial assemblies, where people like them elected representatives. But the Stamp Act, imposed from London, was a reminder that they were still subjects of a distant empire. The reaction was immediate and intense. In Boston, a group called the Sons of Liberty, led by Samuel Adams, a politician with sharp eyes and a fiery voice, organized protests. Imagine the scene. Hundreds of people gathered in Liberty Square, burning effigies of tax collectors and destroying their offices. In Virginia, a young lawyer named Patrick Henry stood before the House of Burgesses, declaring that only the colonists had the right to tax themselves. His words, "Give me liberty or give me death," though not yet uttered at this time, had begun to echo in many minds. The colonies united in opposition. They organized a convention called the Stamp Act Congress, where representatives from 9 colonies met to draft a declaration asserting their rights. This was the first time the colonies acted as a unified bloc, a sign that they were not just separate communities, but a nascent people. Merchants boycotted British goods, and women, called Daughters of Liberty, wove cloth at home to replace imports. Imagine a woman in Connecticut, sitting at her loom, weaving and talking to her children about patriotism. These actions were not just economic, they were political statements. In 1766, under intense pressure, Britain repealed the Stamp Act, but soon after passed the Declaratory Act, asserting Parliament's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Tensions continued to escalate with new acts, such as the Townshend Acts of 1767, which taxed tea, glass, and other goods. The colonists responded with boycotts and protests. In Boston, the atmosphere became increasingly suffocating. British troops were sent to maintain order, and the presence of these redcoats on the streets became a source of discontent. Imagine a cold night in March 1770, on the streets of Boston. An angry crowd, from young men to dock workers, gathered before a group of British soldiers. They threw stones, snow, and insults. In the chaos, a panicked British soldier fired, and then the whole squad followed suit. When the smoke cleared, 5 colonists lay dead in the snow, their blood staining the white ground. The Boston Massacre, as it was later called, became a flashpoint. Samuel Adams and his associates turned this event into a propaganda tool, with engravings depicting brutal British soldiers firing on innocent civilians. Imagine a printer working through the night to print these posters, spreading the message of British injustice. Tensions peaked in 1773 with the Tea Act. To save the British East India Company from bankruptcy, Parliament allowed them to sell tea directly at a low price, but still kept the tax. For the colonists, this was the last straw. They not only opposed the tax, but were also angry at being forced to buy tea from a monopoly company. In Boston, the Sons of Liberty decided to act. Imagine a December night in 1773, when men disguised as Mohawks, with blackened faces and feathers in their hair, quietly climbed aboard 3 ships in Boston Harbor. In the darkness, they opened the tea chests, smashed them, and threw more than 300 chests of tea into the sea. The harbor water shimmered with the smell of tea, and cheers erupted from the crowd on shore. The Boston Tea Party was not just a protest. It was an open act of rebellion directly challenging British authority. Britain responded with the coercive acts, which the colonists called the Intolerable Acts, closing Boston Harbor, restricting Massachusetts self-governance, and forcing colonists to quarter British soldiers. Imagine a family in Boston having to open their home to soldiers they considered enemies. These acts, instead of quelling resistance, added fuel to the fire. Other colonies, from Virginia to Rhode Island, sent food and aid to Boston, showing an unprecedented spirit of unity. In the shadow of these events, thinkers began to lay the groundwork for a bold idea: independence. Imagine John Adams, a lawyer in Massachusetts, sitting in his small office, writing letters calling for colonial unity. In Virginia, Thomas Jefferson, a young man with a sharp pen, began to ponder the natural rights of man. Newspapers and pamphlets spread throughout the colonies, with works like Thomas Paine's Common Sense, to be published later in 1776, beginning to plant in people's minds the idea that they were not just British subjects, but a distinct people. Colonial assemblies began to meet more frequently, not just to protest but also to prepare. In Philadelphia, the First Continental Congress met in 1774, a gathering of representatives from 12 colonies. Imagine a room with solemn men in suits debating how to deal with Great Britain. They sent a petition to King George III, demanding respect for their rights, but at the same time they began stockpiling weapons and training militias. In small towns, farmers practiced with rifles, ready to defend their communities. By 1775, the colonies stood on the brink of revolution. The people, from tailors in Boston to plantation owners in Carolina, felt that they were no longer passive subjects. They were Americans with a dream of a society where they could determine their own destiny, but they also knew that the road ahead would be full of blood and fire. Imagine a blacksmith in Lexington, sharpening his blade at night, or a mother in Philadelphia, teaching her child about patriotism. These small actions, repeated throughout the colonies, were weaving a larger story, the story of a people ready to rise up. As dawn broke over the Massachusetts fields, church bells rang, not only to call people to prayer, but also to warn of what was to come. The seeds of revolution had taken root, watered by discontent, nurtured by ideas of freedom, and ignited by the courage of ordinary people. Just a spark, a shot at Lexington or Concord, was enough to ignite the flame, opening a new chapter in the history not only of America, but of the entire world. Imagine you are standing in a field in Lexington, Massachusetts, at dawn on April 19th, 1775. The morning mist still hangs over the grass, and the cool air carries the scent of damp earth. In front of you, a group of militiamen, farmers, blacksmiths, and merchants, stand in formation, gripping their rifles tightly, their eyes resolute, but not without anxiety. Opposite them are the redcoats, elite British soldiers, with bright red uniforms and gleaming bayonets. A shot rings out. No one knows from which side. And in an instant, the peaceful field turns into a battlefield. The shots at Lexington and Concord were not just the beginning of the American Revolution. They were the echo of a people determined to win freedom, no matter the cost in blood and tears. This is the story of a war that shaped the United States, a war of ordinary people with extraordinary dreams. The shots at Lexington and Concord were the result of years of tension. After the Boston Tea Party and the Intolerable Acts, Great Britain decided to quell the rebellion in Massachusetts by seizing the militia's armory. But the colonists were prepared. Imagine the farmers in Concord, staying up all night to hide guns and gunpowder in barns and cellars. When the British troops arrived, they met fierce resistance. In Lexington, 8 militiamen were killed, but in Concord, the British were repelled by militiamen called Minutemen, those ready to fight at a moment's notice. Imagine them hiding behind stone walls, sniping at British troops on their retreat to Boston. This was not just a small military victory. It was a symbol of resistance, inspiring all the colonies. News of Lexington and Concord spread like wildfire. From Virginia to New Hampshire, colonists took up arms, joined militias, and prepared for war. The Second Continental Congress met in Philadelphia in May 1775, with names like John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson. They decided to form the Continental Army and appointed George Washington, a veteran from Virginia with a calm but resolute demeanor, as commander-in-chief. Imagine Washington riding his horse to Boston, carrying the hopes of a nation, but also facing an almost impossible challenge, transforming an unorganized militia into a real army to confront the world's most powerful empire. In the summer of 1775, the Battle of Bunker Hill, though it actually took place mostly on Breed's Hill, marked the first turning point. Imagine a hill overlooking Boston, where colonial militiamen dug trenches overnight, preparing to face the British Army. When the Redcoats attacked, they faced volleys of fire from resilient farmers and artisans. Although the militia eventually had to retreat due to lack of ammunition, they made the British pay dearly, with thousands of casualties. This battle proved that the colonists were not weak rebels. They were willing to fight and sacrifice. Imagine a young soldier, standing in a trench, trembling but still loading his musket, knowing that each shot was a declaration of freedom. Meanwhile, the war spread. In the South, the Virginia militia repelled the British at Norfolk. In Canada, an expedition led by Benedict Arnold attempted to persuade Quebec to join the rebellion, but failed in the bitter cold of winter. Imagine the soldiers trudging through the snow, hungry and exhausted, but still carrying the hope of a free future. These failures taught the Continental Army a valuable lesson. They needed organization, discipline, and external support. In 1776, amidst the smoke of war, a fateful moment occurred in Philadelphia. The Continental Congress decided that it was time to completely break away from Great Britain. Thomas Jefferson, a young lawyer from Virginia with a sharp pen, was tasked with drafting the Declaration of Independence. Imagine Jefferson sitting in a small room, candlelight flickering, writing the immortal words, "All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." These words were not just a farewell to Great Britain. They were a promise of a new ideal, though that ideal, at the time, did not yet apply to women, enslaved people, or Native Americans. On July 4, 1776, the Declaration of Independence was adopted. Imagine the delegates, from John Hancock with his boldly large signature to the lesser-known farmers, standing in the stuffy room in Philadelphia, knowing that they had just signed a document that could lead them to the gallows. News of the declaration spread, and, throughout the colonies, people gathered in town squares, lit bonfires, and cheered. But that joy also came with fear. They were now traitors in the eyes of Great Britain, and only victory could save them. The war was not easy. In 1776 to 1777, the British Army, under the command of General William Howe, captured New York and pushed the Continental Army onto the defensive. Imagine Washington and his troops, hungry and ragged, retreating through New Jersey in the bitter cold of winter. At Valley Forge in the winter of 1777 to 1778, thousands of soldiers endured biting cold, lacking food and clothing. Imagine a young soldier, wrapped in a tattered blanket, writing a letter to his family by the faint light of a fire, wondering if he would survive to see the day of victory. But it was at Valley Forge that Washington, with the help of people like Baron von Steuben, trained the army into a more professional force. This resilience was a testament to the spirit of the Revolution. In 1777, a glimmer of hope appeared at Saratoga, New York. The Battle of Saratoga was the first major victory for the Continental Army, when General Horatio Gates and Benedict Arnold defeated the British forces commanded by General John Burgoyne. Imagine thousands of British soldiers surrendering, while American militiamen cheered in joy. This victory not only boosted morale, but also convinced France to join the war as an ally. French support, with warships, troops, and money, became a decisive factor. The war was not only fought on the battlefield. On the home front, women played a crucial role. Imagine a woman in Virginia managing the farm while her husband was at war, or a nurse in Philadelphia caring for wounded soldiers. Some women, like Deborah Sampson, even disguised themselves as men to fight. Their stories, though rarely recorded, are testament to silent sacrifices. Enslaved people faced a difficult choice. Britain promised freedom to those who joined their army, and thousands fled plantations seeking opportunity. But the Continental Army also began recruiting black people, though often only for support roles. Imagine an enslaved person in South Carolina standing on the line, wondering if freedom would truly come no matter which side won. Meanwhile, Native Americans, like the Iroquois Confederacy, were divided. Some supported the British, others the Americans, but all suffered heavy losses as the war ravaged their lands. By 1781, the war reached its climax at Yorktown, Virginia. With the support of French troops led by General Rochambeau and the French fleet blocking the British retreat, Washington besieged the British forces under General Cornwallis. Imagine the roaring cannons, thick smoke, and exhausted but determined soldiers. After weeks of siege, Cornwallis surrendered in October 1775. As the British troops marched out, heads bowed, the band played "The World Turned Upside Down," a symbol of the reversal of the world order. The victory at Yorktown was not the end of the war, but it marked the end of Britain's hope of retaining the colonies. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 officially ended the war, recognizing the United States as an independent nation. Imagine the American delegates, Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay, sitting in Paris, signing the document that shaped the destiny of a nation. The colonies, now states, gained territory stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River. But victory did not erase the wounds. More than 25,000 Americans died, cities were ravaged, and the economy was in disarray. Native Americans and enslaved people, despite contributing to the war, largely did not receive the freedom promised by the Declaration. As the sun set over the fields of Yorktown, the soldiers returned home, carrying both pride and pain. They had fought not just for land or power, but for an idea a nation where people could determine their own destiny. But as they stepped into a new world, big questions remained. How to build a nation from the ashes of war? Who would freedom be for? The American Revolution was not just a war. It was the beginning of a great experiment, an experiment that would shape not only the United States but the world for centuries to come. Imagine you are standing on a dirt road in Philadelphia in 1783, as the last soldiers of the Continental Army return from the war. The sound of horses' hooves echoes, interspersed with cheers and the cries of reunited families. The American Revolution had ended with the Treaty of Paris, recognizing the United States as an independent nation. But as the smoke of war cleared, the joy of victory gave way to big questions. How could a loose collection of 13 states, with their distinct interests, become a unified nation? The economy was exhausted. Debts piled up, and deep disagreements over power and liberty threatened to tear apart the dream for which the revolutionaries had sacrificed. This was a period of challenges and innovation, as the young United States struggled to define itself, laying the groundwork for a revolutionary government, but also one full of painful compromises. After the Treaty of Paris, the United States gained a vast territory, stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River. But this new country was not a unified entity. Imagine 13 states, from Massachusetts to Georgia, as separate communities, each with its own laws, culture, and interests. In New England, merchants wanted to promote trade and industry. In the South, planters relied on enslaved people to maintain the cotton and tobacco economy. Meanwhile, farmers on the western frontier, like in Pennsylvania and Virginia, dreamed of land and opportunity, but were dissatisfied with the state governments on the East Coast, where they felt neglected. The Articles of Confederation, the first Constitution of the United States adopted in 1777, was an attempt to hold the states together. But this document was so weak as to be almost powerless. Imagine a central government with no power to tax, unable to maintain an army, and having to ask the states for permission to make any decisions. In Philadelphia, the Confederation Congress met in cold rooms, with delegates constantly arguing but rarely reaching consensus. The economy fell into chaos. War debts piled up, paper money depreciated, and trade was disrupted because states imposed tariffs on each other. Imagine a merchant in Boston unable to sell goods to New York due to tariff barriers, or a farmer in Virginia unable to pay his debts because his money was almost worthless. People began to lose faith. In rural areas, farmers, many of whom were revolutionary veterans, faced debt and land confiscation. Imagine a farmer in Massachusetts who once fought at Bunker Hill, now facing the risk of losing his farm because he couldn't pay taxes. This discontent led to a shocking event: Shays' Rebellion in 1786. Daniel Shays, a Revolutionary veteran, led hundreds of armed farmers to attack courthouses to prevent property confiscation. Imagine them, with muskets and pitchforks, seizing armories and confronting the state militia. The rebellion was suppressed, but it was a wake-up call. Without a stronger government, the United States could collapse before it truly began. Shays' Rebellion and economic problems forced leaders to act. In 1787, delegates from 12 states, Rhode Island refused to participate, gathered in Philadelphia to revise the Articles of Confederation. But instead of amending it, they decided to do something bolder: write a new constitution. Imagine the Constitutional Convention, held in Independence Hall, the same place where the Declaration of Independence was signed, with closed doors and curtained windows to ensure secrecy. Inside, the greatest minds of the era, James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, Benjamin Franklin, and George Washington, debated passionately about the future of the country. James Madison, a small but sharp-witted Virginian, was the soul of the convention. He arrived with a plan called the Virginia Plan, proposing a strong federal government with three branches: legislative, executive, and judicial. Imagine Madison, with stacks of notes, arguing that only a strong central government could keep the states united. But not everyone agreed. Small states, like New Jersey, feared being overshadowed by larger states. They proposed the New Jersey Plan, demanding that each state have an equal vote in Congress. The debate lasted for weeks, with tense voices and angry glances. Finally, the great compromise was reached, a bicameral Congress, with the House of Representatives based on population and the Senate giving each state 2 seats. This was a clever solution, but also a sign of deep disagreements. A more thorny issue was slavery. In the South, plantation owners, like George Mason of Virginia, depended on slaves to maintain their economy. In the North, where slavery was less common, delegates like Gouverneur Morris condemned it as a moral crime. Imagine the heated debates in the convention as Southern delegates threatened to secede if slavery was banned, while Northern delegates warned that maintaining slavery would tarnish the ideals of the Revolution. The result was the 3/5 compromise, a cold agreement. Each slave would be counted as 3/5 of a person when determining population for representation and taxation purposes. Imagine Benjamin Franklin, now old and frail, looking around the room with a sad gaze, knowing that this compromise was necessary to preserve the Union, but also an indelible stain. Another compromise concerned the slave trade. Delegates agreed that Congress could not prohibit the importation of slaves before 1808, a decision that postponed the issue rather than resolving it. These compromises, while helping to keep the states together, left a painful legacy. Imagine a slave in South Carolina, hearing news of the convention from whispers in the dark, wondering if the freedom that this new nation promised would ever come to them. After 4 months of debate, the United States Constitution was completed in September 1787. Imagine George Washington presiding over the convention, standing to read the final draft. This document created a federal government with the power to tax, regulate commerce, and maintain an army, but also limited its power through a system of checks and balances. The executive branch, with an elected president, would lead the country. The legislative branch, with the House and Senate, would make laws. The judicial branch, with the Supreme Court, would ensure laws were followed. This was an unprecedented experiment, a government based on the consent of the governed, yet strong enough to unite a diverse nation. But the Constitution was not immediately accepted. To be adopted, it needed to be ratified by at least 9 states. The battle for support erupted, with proponents, called Federalists, like Alexander Hamilton and James Madison, writing the Federalist Papers, a series of insightful essays explaining why a strong government was necessary. Imagine Hamilton, writing continuously in his small office in New York, arguing that only a unified federation could protect the United States from internal and external threats. Opposing them were the anti-federalists, like Patrick Henry, who feared that a strong central government would threaten the liberties of states and individuals. They demanded a Bill of Rights to protect fundamental rights. The debate raged throughout the colonies, from taverns in Boston to plantations in Virginia. Imagine a group of farmers in Rhode Island, gathered around a fireplace, arguing whether they should trust a new government. Ultimately, the promise of a Bill of Rights, added later with 10 amendments, convinced enough states. By 1789, the Constitution was ratified, and the United States officially became a nation with a federal government. When George Washington was sworn in as the first president in April 1789 in New York, the crowd cheered, and fireworks lit up the sky. Imagine Washington, standing on the balcony, with a pensive look, knowing that he was leading a nation full of potential, but also full of risks. The Constitution was a victory, but it did not solve all problems. Native Americans, pushed off their lands in the West, continued to resist. Enslaved people, despite contributing to the revolutionary victory, remained in chains. And the states, though nominally united, remained divided economically, culturally, and politically. As dawn broke over the streets of Philadelphia, the young United States faced a new horizon. The Constitution was a beacon, guiding an unprecedented democratic experiment. But the contradictions between freedom and slavery, between federal power and states' rights, between ideals and reality, continued to smolder, waiting for future generations to resolve them. This was a period when America learned to stand on its own, but also when cracks in the foundation began to appear, foreshadowing greater challenges in the future. Imagine you are standing on the cobblestone streets of New York in the spring of 1789, as church bells ring and crowds gather in the bright sunlight. Before you is George Washington, a tall man, calm, but bearing a heavy responsibility, stepping onto the balcony of Federal Hall to be sworn in as the first President of the United States. Fireworks explode in the sky, and cheers echo. But behind the joy is a young, unstable nation, struggling to define its identity and build a government from the ashes of war. This was the period when the United States began its first steps as an independent nation, facing internal challenges and external pressures, while conflicts over power, freedom, and identity began to shape the future of the Republic. When Washington took office, the United States was an unprecedented experiment. A nation built on the idea that the people, not kings, held the power to determine their destiny. The Constitution, newly ratified, was the guiding principle, but it was only a framework. Everything else had to be built from scratch. Imagine the first Congress, meeting in simple rooms in New York, debating how to establish a tax system, courts, and an army. There was no precedent, no guide, only a group of people, from lawyers like Alexander Hamilton to farmers like Roger Sherman, trying to turn ideals on paper into reality. Washington, with his wartime prestige, became a symbol of unity. Imagine him, in a simple suit, walking through the streets of New York, welcomed by the people as a hero, but always keeping his distance, refusing any suggestion of becoming a king. He knew that every decision he made would become a precedent. He formed his cabinet, a group of advisors including Hamilton, Secretary of the Treasury, Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State, and Henry Knox, Secretary of War. But from the beginning, these individuals deeply disagreed on the direction of the country. Alexander Hamilton, an immigrant from the Caribbean, with a sharp intellect and great ambition, dreamed of an industrialized United States with a strong federal government. Imagine Hamilton, working through the night in his small office, drafting financial plans to save the country from debt. He proposed that the federal government assume the state's war debts, establish a national bank, and promote industry through tariffs. For Hamilton, a strong economy and a centralized government were key to the United States becoming a great power. But his plan was controversial. Imagine a farmer in Virginia, hearing that new taxes would be imposed to pay off debts, felt betrayed by the government he had fought to protect. Thomas Jefferson, on the other hand, had a different vision. A Virginian who loved his native land, Jefferson dreamed of an agricultural America, where free farmers were the backbone of democracy. Imagine Jefferson sitting in his study at Monticello, writing letters to friends, concerned that Hamilton's plan would create a wealthy elite, similar to Europe. He opposed the national bank, arguing that the Constitution did not grant the federal government such power. The debate between Hamilton and Jefferson was not just about economics. It was about the nature of America, a centralized nation or a loose confederation of states, a country of merchants or of farmers. These disagreements led to the birth of the first political parties. Hamilton's supporters, called Federalists, advocated for a strong government. Jefferson's followers, called Democratic Republicans, wanted power to reside with the states and the people. Imagine a tavern in Philadelphia, where merchants and farmers passionately debated Hamilton or Jefferson, while Washington tried to remain neutral, fearing that parties would divide the country. Domestically, the United States faced urgent problems. The economy had not yet recovered from the war. In ports like Boston and New York, trade stagnated because Britain restricted American ships from accessing their markets. Imagine a sailor in Boston, standing on a deserted dock, looking at anchored ships with no cargo to carry. To pay off debts, Hamilton imposed a tax on whiskey, causing resentment in border regions like Pennsylvania. In 1794, the Whiskey Rebellion erupted, as farmers refused to pay the tax and attacked tax collectors. Imagine Washington, now president, leading federal troops to quell the rebellion, an act that proved the new government was strong enough to maintain order, but also raised concerns about abuse of power. In the West, conflicts with Native Americans continued. Tribes like the Shawnee and Miami, under the leadership of chiefs like Little Turtle, fiercely resisted as settlers encroached on their lands in the Ohio Valley. Imagine a Native American village with huts burned by American militias while Native Americans fought to protect their homeland. The Treaty of Greenville in 1795 forced many tribes to cede land, but also marked the continuous decline of Native American power. Externally, the United States faced a dangerous world. The war between Britain and France, which erupted after the French Revolution, put the United States in a difficult position. France, an old ally in the American Revolution, expected support, while Britain continued to harass American ships at sea. Imagine a captain in Virginia watching his ship being intercepted by the British Navy and his sailors being impressed. Washington, with Hamilton's advice, declared neutrality. But this decision was controversial. Jefferson, who admired the French Revolution, believed America should support France, while Hamilton leaned towards Britain for commercial interests. Another problem was the Barbary pirates in North Africa, who attacked American merchant ships in the Mediterranean. Imagine a merchant in Philadelphia, receiving news that his goods had been plundered, and there was no strong navy to protect them. These events made the United States realize that, despite their independence, they remained vulnerable in a world full of conflict. Despite facing many challenges, these years also saw the birth of an American identity. In cities, printers published books, newspapers, and poetry, praising the beauty of the new land. Imagine a family in Connecticut reading aloud a poem by Phyllis Wheatley, a freed slave with literary talent, who wrote about freedom and hope. In rural areas, farmers organized harvest festivals, where music and dance began to take on a distinctly American flavor, different from Europe. But this identity was not for everyone. Enslaved people, though contributing to the nation's development, remained confined to plantations. Imagine an enslaved woman in Maryland singing African songs in the dark, preserving her culture despite her chains. Women, though participating in movements like the Daughters of Liberty during the war, were still confined to domestic roles, and Native Americans, pushed off their lands, were increasingly marginalized from the nation's story. In 1797, Washington stepped down after 2 terms, setting an important precedent. No president should hold power indefinitely. Imagine John Adams, his successor, taking the oath of office in a simple but historic ceremony, the first peaceful transfer of power in a modern democracy. But Adams's term was tumultuous. The Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798 aimed at restricting immigrants and government critics, caused controversy, and were seen as violating freedom of speech. Imagine a journalist in Philadelphia, arrested for writing an anti-Adams article, wondering if the ideals of the revolution were being betrayed. By 1800, the presidential election between Adams and Jefferson was a fierce battle, with smear campaigns from both sides. When Jefferson won, marking the first time power shifted from one party to another, it proved that American democracy could survive disagreements. Imagine Jefferson, standing before a crowd in the new capital, Washington, D.C., pledging to uphold the ideals of the revolution, but also facing a polarized nation. As the 18th century closed, the United States was a nation full of potential, but also full of risks. The Constitution had created a stable government, but disagreements between Hamilton and Jefferson, between the federal government and the states, between freedom and slavery, still simmered. Imagine an ordinary person in Boston reading about Jefferson's election victory, wondering if this country would become a great power or disintegrate due to internal conflicts. As dawn broke over the fields of Virginia or the streets of Philadelphia, the United States was entering a new era with big dreams but also unanswered questions. How to balance liberty and power? And for whom would that liberty be? This was a period when America learned to stand firm, but also when the seeds of future conflicts were sown. Imagine standing on the banks of the Mississippi River in 1800, the sunset painting the water golden, and in the distance, vast forests where the horizon seemed to stretch endlessly. Wagons rolled slowly, carrying families with dreams of land and new opportunities in the West. This was a period when the United States, under the leadership of Thomas Jefferson, began to expand its boundaries, not only geographically, but also in terms of ideas. But this expansion came with conflicts, from external wars to internal disagreements about identity and justice. This is the story of a young, ambitious nation, learning to define itself in a volatile world, with brilliant victories and painful costs. When Thomas Jefferson was inaugurated as president in 1801, he brought with him a different vision for the United States. Imagine Jefferson, a tall, slender man with red hair, standing in a simple room in the new capital, Washington, D.C., committed to building a nation of free farmers, where land was the foundation of democracy. For Jefferson, farmers were symbols of independence and morality, in contrast to industrial cities, which he saw as breeding grounds for inequality. But this vision was not simple to implement in a rapidly changing country, with contradictions regarding slavery, federal power, and relations with the outside world. Jefferson entered office with a country polarized after the tense election of 1800. His Democratic-Republican Party had defeated John Adams's Federalist Party, marking a peaceful but dramatic transfer of power. Imagine a tavern in Philadelphia, where Jefferson's supporters raised toasts, while Federalists worried that he would undermine the federal government. Jefferson, though committed to reducing central power, still faced challenges that required strong federal intervention, especially in territorial expansion. In 1803, a historic opportunity arose: the Louisiana Purchase. France, under Napoleon, agreed to sell the entire Louisiana Territory, a vast area stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, to the United States for $15 million. Imagine Jefferson, sitting in his office, opening a letter from American negotiators in Paris, Robert Livingston and James Monroe, with the news that they had purchased a territory twice the size of the then United States. This was a diplomatic victory, but also a challenge to Jefferson's belief in limited government. The Constitution did not explicitly grant the power to purchase land, but Jefferson decided to overcome his hesitations, seeing this as an opportunity to expand his agrarian dream. The Louisiana Purchase was not just a transaction. It was a turning point that shaped the future of the United States. Imagine farmers in Ohio or Kentucky hearing about vast new lands to the west, where they could own land cheaply. But this land was not an empty wilderness. Dozens of Native American tribes, from the Sioux in the Great Plains to the Osage in Missouri, had lived here for centuries, with rich cultures and complex trade networks. Imagine an Osage chief standing on the banks of the Missouri River, watching the first settlers arrive with wagons and rifles, wondering what fate awaited his people. To explore the new territory, Jefferson organized the Lewis and Clark Expedition, 1804 to 1806. Imagine Meriwether Lewis and William Clark leading a small expedition team, paddling upstream on the Missouri River, crossing snow-capped mountains, and meeting tribes like the Mandan, Nez Perce, and Shoshone. A key figure in the journey was Sacagawea, a young Shoshone woman who served as a guide and interpreter. Imagine her, carrying her infant child on her back, helping the expedition navigate unfamiliar lands, negotiate with tribes, and find their way to the Pacific Ocean. The expedition not only mapped the West, it also ignited the American imagination about a vast country full of opportunities, but also paved the way for the encroachment on Native American lands. While the United States expanded westward, tensions with Great Britain flared up. Britain, fighting Napoleon in Europe, continued to harass American ships, impress sailors, and restrict trade. At the same time, Native American tribes in the West, led by chiefs like Tecumseh of the Shawnee, allied with Britain to resist American expansion. Imagine Tecumseh, a warrior with fiery eyes, calling on tribes to unite to protect their lands, while Americans accused Britain of inciting Native American attacks. In 1812, the U.S. Congress, under pressure from war hawks like Henry Clay and John Seymour Calhoun, declared war on Great Britain. Imagine a young soldier in New Orleans holding a rifle, standing in the militia ranks, ready to face elite British troops. The War of 1812, often called the Second Revolution, was a severe test for the United States. Initially, the war was a series of defeats. British forces occupied Washington, D.C. in 1814, burning the White House and the Capitol. Imagine a family in the Capitol, fleeing in the night, watching the flames engulf the symbols of their nation. But war also has its glorious moments. In Baltimore, Fort McHenry endured a fierce British bombardment. Imagine Francis Scott Key standing on a nearby ship, watching the American flag still waving through the smoke and fire, and writing the poem that would become the national anthem, Star-Spangled Banner. In New Orleans, General Andrew Jackson led a mixed force, militiamen, free blacks, and even pirates, to defeat the British in a resounding victory in 1815. Imagine Jackson standing on the ramparts, shouting commands, while British soldiers fell under fire. This triumph, though it occurred after the Treaty of Ghent ended the war, elevated Jackson to hero status and ignited national pride. The War of 1812 solidified the United States' position on the international stage, but also highlighted domestic contradictions. In the North, industrialized states opposed the war because it disrupted trade, while the South and West supported it because they wanted territorial expansion. Imagine a merchant in Boston, angry that his ship was stuck in port, while a farmer in Tennessee welcomed the war in hopes of acquiring more land. This polarization foreshadowed deeper divisions in the future. Native peoples suffered heavily. After Tecumseh's death in 1813 and the defeat of native allies, many tribes lost land through unequal treaties. Imagine a Creek family, forced to leave their village in Alabama, trudging westward with what little possessions they had left. Meanwhile, slavery continued to spread in the South, bolstered by the demand for labor on cotton plantations, a booming industry thanks to Eli Whitney's cotton gin. Imagine a slave in Georgia, working under the scorching sun, hearing whispers of freedom, but knowing it remained out of reach. By 1815, the United States emerged from the war with a new national pride. Imagine a festival in New Orleans, with violins and dancing, where Americans from all walks of life, farmers, merchants, and veterans, gathered to celebrate. The War of 1812 not only affirmed the independence of the United States, but also fostered a sense of unity. Factories began to spring up in the north, roads and canals connected the states, and settlers continued to pour westward, carrying the dream of a new life. But the Jeffersonian era also left unanswered questions. How to balance territorial expansion with the rights of native peoples? Could a nation grow while retaining the ideals of free farmers, while slavery became increasingly entrenched? Imagine Jefferson, now retired at Monticello, looking out at his fields, contemplating the country he had helped shape, but also recognizing the contradictions he could not resolve, especially his own slave ownership. As dusk fell over the Mississippi River, the United States was an expanding nation, full of potential but also full of risks. The Louisiana Purchase and the War of 1812 opened up a new horizon, but also sowed the seeds for conflicts over land, slavery, and identity. This was a time when America began to dream big, but also when questions of justice and equality began to resonate, awaiting answers from future generations. Imagine you are standing on the deck of a steamboat, gliding along the Mississippi River in 1815. Steam puffs from the smokestack, and white cotton fields stretch along both banks, interspersed with lush green forests. In the distance, laughter and violin music echo from a small town, where people are celebrating victory in the War of 1812. This was a period known as the Era of Good Feelings, when the United States, having just emerged from the shadow of war, was filled with optimism and a sense of unity. But behind the glow of prosperity and expansion, deep conflicts over slavery, land, and power were simmering, foreshadowing the storms ahead. This is the story of a young nation, intoxicated with big dreams, but also facing the first cracks in its foundation. The War of 1812, though not bringing significant territorial gains, ignited an intense national pride. Imagine a family in Baltimore, gathered around the dinner table, recounting the story of Andrew Jackson's victory in New Orleans, where a mixed army of militiamen, free blacks, and pirates defeated the British. This war, often called the Second Revolution, reinforced the belief that the United States could stand firm against world powers. With the Treaty of Ghent ending the war, the United States entered a period of relative peace, focusing on economic development and territorial expansion. This period witnessed an economic boom. In the north, textile mills and ironworks sprang up like mushrooms, especially in states like Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Imagine a young worker in Lowell, Massachusetts, toiling amidst noisy weaving machines, producing fabric at an unprecedented rate. Steamboats, like Robert Fulton's Clermont, began gliding on rivers, connecting cities and towns. In the west, the Erie Canal, an engineering marvel connecting New York to the Great Lakes, began construction in 1817, opening the door for trade and migration. Imagine a merchant in New York, watching boats laden with grain from Ohio, realizing that the country was becoming a global economic hub. In this context, the United States began to assert itself as a regional power. In 1823, President James Monroe announced the Monroe Doctrine, a bold declaration that the Americas were the United States' playground, and European powers were not allowed to intervene or establish new colonies. Imagine Monroe standing before Congress, his voice low but firm, sending a clear message to Britain, France, and Spain. America is for Americans. This doctrine was not just a foreign policy. It was a symbol of the United States' new self-confidence, even though at the time, the country did not have the military strength to enforce it. The Monroe Doctrine also reflected expansionist ambitions. Imagine a settler in Missouri, hearing about this doctrine and dreaming of new lands in the West where he could build a farm. But this expansion came at a cost. Indigenous tribes, such as the Cherokee and Creek in the South, continued to be pushed off their lands. Imagine a Cherokee family living in a log cabin with cornfields around it, receiving orders to leave to make way for white settlers. Unequal treaties and increasing violence laid the groundwork for later tragedies. This period was called the Era of Good Feelings, due to temporary political unity. After the collapse of the Federalist Party, Jefferson's Democratic-Republican Party had almost no rivals. But the name was somewhat misleading, as social and economic tensions were simmering. In the North, industrialization brought wealth, but also created a poor working class. Imagine a young girl leaving her family farm to work in a factory in Lowell, living in cramped dormitories, working 12 hours a day for meager wages. Meanwhile, in the South, the plantation economy boomed thanks to cotton, known as King Cotton. But this prosperity was built on the backs of millions of enslaved people. Slavery, once a part of the economy, now became central to Southern life. Eli Whitney's cotton gin, invented in the late 18th century, transformed cotton cultivation into a massive industry. Imagine vast white cotton fields stretching across Alabama, where enslaved people toiled under the scorching sun, monitored by managers with whips in hand. Meanwhile, in the North, some began to question the morality of slavery. Imagine a pastor in Boston preaching about the injustice of treating people as property, though his voice was still a minority. Westward expansion sparked the first major crisis over slavery. In 1819, Missouri applied to join the Union as a slave state, causing fierce debate. In the North, many wanted to ban slavery in new territories, while the South adamantly defended their way of life. Imagine a congressional session in Washington, D.C., with representatives from New York and South Carolina shouting and criticizing each other, while the atmosphere was stifling with division. The debate lasted for months, threatening to tear the Union apart. The result was the Missouri Compromise of 1820, a temporary solution. Missouri was allowed to join as a slave state, while Maine was separated from Massachusetts to join as a free state, maintaining a balance between slave and non-slave states in the Senate. Additionally, a line was drawn at 36°30 latitude, prohibiting slavery in territories north of it, except Missouri. Imagine Henry Clay, the great compromiser, standing in Congress, convincing his colleagues that this compromise was the only way to keep the country united. But even as the compromise passed, many, like John Quincy Adams, worried that it was merely a bandage on a bleeding wound. Despite these tensions, this period saw the development of a distinct American identity. In cities, theaters and music halls sprang up, where songs and plays celebrated the new land. Imagine an evening in New York, with crowds gathered to watch a play about the American Revolution, applauding as characters shouted about freedom. In rural areas, harvest festivals and fairs became places for people from all walks of life, farmers, artisans, and merchants, to gather, share stories and dreams. American culture also began to spread globally. Writers like Washington Irving wrote stories about the new land, while painters like John Trumbull painted epic scenes of the American Revolution. Imagine a family in Pennsylvania, sitting around the fireplace, reading The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Irving aloud, chuckling at the story of the Headless Horseman. But this culture was predominantly white. Slaves and Native Americans, though contributing to the country's development, were rarely acknowledged in these narratives. By 1828, as John Quincy Adams left office and the next presidential election approached, the era of good feelings began to fade. Andrew Jackson, the heroic general from New Orleans, emerged as a candidate, representing the common man, farmers, artisans, and laborers who felt marginalized by the elite. Imagine a crowd in Tennessee, gathered to hear Jackson speak about bringing power back to the people. But Jackson's rise also signaled the end of temporary political unity, as new political parties formed and old conflicts resurfaced. As dusk fell over newly built canals and cotton fields, the United States was a rapidly developing nation, with roads, canals, and factories connecting the country. But behind the prosperity were deepening cracks. Between the industrial North and the agricultural South, between freedom and slavery, between settlers and Native Americans. The Missouri Compromise may have delayed conflict, but it did not resolve the core question. Can a nation built on the ideals of liberty tolerate slavery and injustice? As moonlight illuminated ships on the Mississippi River, the United States stood at a crossroads, with grand dreams, but equally grand challenges, awaiting answers in the coming years. Imagine you are standing in a bustling crowd in Washington, D.C. on March 4th, 1829. Cheers erupt as Andrew Jackson, a man with silver hair and sharp eyes, steps forward to take the presidential oath. The crowd, farmers, artisans, and ordinary laborers, jostle to shake his hand, turning the inauguration ceremony into a chaotic yet energetic spectacle. Jackson, the heroic general from the Battle of New Orleans, was a symbol of the common man, promising to return power to the people instead of the elite. This was the era of Jacksonian democracy, when the United States witnessed the expansion of suffrage, an economic boom, and vast territorial ambitions, but also a period of ruthless decisions, especially towards Native Americans and enslaved people. This is the story of a nation shaping its democratic identity, but at the cost of profound injustices. Andrew Jackson was unlike any president before him. Imagine a man who grew up in poverty, orphaned at a young age, and rose through war and politics on his own. He embodied the American dream, someone from nothing becoming the supreme leader. Jackson believed that the government should serve ordinary people, not just the elites in Philadelphia or Boston. The election of 1828, which brought him to the White House, was a turning point. For the first time, suffrage was extended to most white men, regardless of whether they owned property. Imagine a blacksmith in Tennessee casting his ballot for the first time, feeling that he truly had a voice in government. Jackson wielded presidential power in an unprecedented way. He implemented the spoils system, replacing many government officials with those loyal to him. Imagine an office in Washington where old employees, often from the elite class, were replaced by Jackson's friends from the West. He also vetoed more bills than any previous president, asserting that the president was the direct representative of the people. But this concentration of power also caused controversy. Critics, like Henry Clay, called Jackson King Andrew, fearing that he was undermining the democracy he claimed to protect. One of Jackson's biggest battles was against the Bank of the United States, established by Alexander Hamilton. Jackson viewed this bank as a tool of the elite, controlling the economy and harming ordinary people. Imagine a farmer in Ohio, unable to borrow money because the bank prioritized wealthy merchants. In 1832, Jackson vetoed the rechartering of the bank, declaring that it made the rich richer and the poor poorer. When he withdrew federal funds from the bank, placing them in state banks, the economy became unstable. Imagine a merchant in New York, panicking as prices fluctuated and paper money lost value. The bank war divided the nation. Jackson's supporters, now organized as the Democratic Party, praised him as the people's defender. Opponents, forming the Whig Party, accused him of abusing power. This debate was not just about economics. It was about the nature of democracy. Should a president act as the voice of the people, even if it means dismantling institutions? The Jacksonian era was also marked by one of the darkest chapters in American history: the forced removal of Native Americans. Jackson, who had fought against tribes like the Creek and Seminole, believed that Native Americans were an obstacle to American expansion. In 1830, he signed the Indian Removal Act, allowing the federal government to force tribes from their lands in the east to lands west of the Mississippi River. Imagine a Cherokee family in Georgia, living in log cabins, growing corn, and even having their own writing system, being forced to leave by federal soldiers. They were one of the 5 civilized tribes, but that didn't protect them. The forced relocation, known as the Trail of Tears, was a tragedy. Imagine thousands of people, children, women, and the elderly, trudging through mud and the winter cold, carrying their few possessions. Nearly 1/3 of the Cherokee population died from starvation, disease, and exhaustion on the hundreds of miles-long journey to Oklahoma. Other tribes, like the Choctaw and Seminole, suffered similar fates. These stories of loss, though hidden in official reports, echo through the songs and memories of indigenous peoples, serving as a reminder of the cost of American territorial ambition. This period saw an economic boom, especially in the South with the cotton industry. Imagine white cotton fields in Alabama, where thousands of enslaved people worked tirelessly, creating wealth for plantation owners, but receiving nothing but suffering. In the North, factories and canals like the Erie Canal boosted trade and industrialization. But this prosperity also led to instability. Jackson's destruction of the National Bank contributed to the economic crisis of 1837, when state banks collapsed and thousands lost their jobs. Imagine a family in Philadelphia, queuing in front of a closed bank, realizing that their life savings had vanished. Westward expansion continued relentlessly. Imagine wagon trains crossing the Appalachian Mountains, carrying settlers with dreams of land and opportunity. Texas, which gained independence from Mexico in 1836, became a focal point of controversy when it sought to join the United States. The North feared that a new slave state would upset the balance of power, while the South supported the expansion of slavery. Imagine a debate in Congress, with representatives from New York and South Carolina shouting, foreshadowing a larger conflict in the future. The Jacksonian era marked the expansion of American democracy. Suffrage was granted to more white men, and reform movements, from education to abolition, began to spread. Imagine a school in Ohio, where children learned to read and write, or a meeting in Boston, where activists like William Lloyd Garrison called for an end to slavery. But these reforms were not for everyone. Women, enslaved people, and indigenous peoples remained marginalized, though voices like Sojourner Truth, a former enslaved person, began to emerge, demanding justice. By 1840, as Jackson left office and Martin Van Buren faced economic difficulties, Jacksonian democracy had changed the United States forever. It brought power closer to ordinary people, but also left deep scars: the Trail of Tears, the expansion of slavery, and economic instability. Imagine a farmer in Illinois, standing on newly cleared land, proud of their country, but worried about the future, as the divisions between North and South became increasingly clear. As dusk fell over cotton fields or newly opened roads, the United States was an ambitious nation. But the contradictions of slavery, land, and power were simmering, waiting for a spark to ignite. Imagine you are standing in a vast cotton field in Alabama in 1840, the scorching sun beating down on enslaved people working tirelessly, while in the distance, a wagon train carrying settlers crosses the Appalachian Mountains, heading towards new lands in the West. The United States, now a vast nation, was experiencing a period of rapid growth, with industrial cities emerging in the north and thriving cotton plantations in the south. But behind the prosperity was a deeply divided country, not only by economics and culture, but also by the issue of slavery, which was becoming an unhealable wound. This was a time when the United States stood at a historical crossroads, as conflicts over slavery, land, and national identity pushed the country to the brink of conflict. This is the story of an ambitious yet tragic decade, when efforts to keep the Union united only revealed irreconcilable cracks. The 1840s saw the explosion of the concept of manifest destiny, the idea that the United States was destined to expand from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Imagine a journalist in New York, writing with passionate prose, declaring that Americans had a mission to bring democracy and civilization to every corner of the continent. This idea spurred thousands of settlers to pour westward, crossing vast prairies and rugged mountains to Oregon, California, and new lands. Imagine a family in Missouri, loading their belongings onto a wagon, facing months of hardship on the Oregon Trail, dreaming of a fertile piece of land to start anew. But this expansion did not happen peacefully. Western lands, such as Texas and New Mexico, belonged to Mexico, and indigenous peoples, from the Sioux in the Great Plains to the Navajo in the Southwest, had lived there for centuries. Imagine a Navajo warrior standing on a desert cliff, watching American settlers approach with rifles and wagons, knowing that their ancestral lands were threatened. American expansion was not just a story of opportunity. It was a story of appropriation and conflict. In 1845, Texas, after gaining independence from Mexico in 1836, officially joined the United States as a slave state. This decision ignited tensions with Mexico, which did not recognize Texas's independence. Imagine a family in Texas, living on a small farm, worried about attacks from the Mexican army. President James K. Polk, a strong believer in manifest destiny, decided to accelerate expansion. In 1846, after a skirmish in the disputed area near the Rio Grande, the United States declared war on Mexico. The Mexican-American War, 1846 to 1848, was a short but fierce conflict. Imagine General Zachary Taylor leading American troops across the Rio Grande, or General Winfield Scott capturing Mexico City after bloody battles. The American army, though smaller, was well trained and better equipped, winning successive victories. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848 ended the war, giving the United States a vast territory, including California, Nevada, Utah, and parts of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Wyoming, for $15 million. Imagine an American soldier standing on the hills of California, looking out at the Pacific Ocean, feeling proud, but also exhausted after months of fighting. But this victory deepened divisions within the country. Northern states feared that the new territories would become slave states, disrupting the balance of power in Congress. Imagine a debate in Boston where abolitionists like Frederick Douglass, a former enslaved person with a powerful voice, called for the prohibition of slavery in the new territories. Meanwhile, Southern plantation owners wanted to expand slavery to meet the booming demand for cotton. The war, while expanding U.S. territory, also raised an unavoidable question. Could a nation exist when half wanted freedom and half relied on slavery? The question of slavery in the new territories led to a major crisis. In 1849, California, thanks to the booming gold rush, applied to join the Union as a free state. Imagine a town in California where miners from all over the world flocked, digging for gold under the sun, creating a vibrant economy not based on slavery. But California's admission threatened to upset the balance between slave and free states in the Senate. Congress was deadlocked. Imagine a meeting room in Washington, D.C., where Southern senators, like John C. Calhoun, argued that slavery was their right, while Northern senators, like Daniel Webster, called for national unity. Henry Clay, once again playing the role of great compromiser, proposed the Compromise of 1850, a series of measures aimed at appeasing both sides. California was admitted as a free state. The New Mexico and Utah territories were allowed to decide on slavery through popular sovereignty. A stricter Fugitive Slave Act was passed, forcing the North to capture and return runaway slaves, and the slave trade was banned in Washington, D.C. This compromise, passed with the support of Stephen Douglas, temporarily kept the Union together. But it left both sides dissatisfied. Imagine a runaway slave in Boston, recaptured by federal troops and sent back to the South, while an angry crowd gathered in protest. The Fugitive Slave Act ignited the abolitionist movement in the North, with people like Harriet Tubman leading hundreds of slaves to freedom through the Underground Railroad. Imagine Tubman, moving in the dark, leading a group of people through forests and swamps towards freedom in Canada. Despite divisions over slavery, the 1840s also saw the rise of reform movements. In the North, activists like William Lloyd Garrison and Sojourner Truth called for an end to slavery, while others fought for women's rights. Imagine the Seneca Falls Convention in 1848, where Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott stood before a crowd, demanding suffrage for women, an idea ridiculed by many at the time. Educational and mental health reform movements also spread, with people like Horace Mann fighting for every child to attend school. American culture continued to develop. Imagine a family in New England, sitting around the fireplace, reading Herman Melville's Moby Dick or Walt Whitman's poetry, works that celebrated the beauty and complexity of America. In cities, theaters and music halls attracted crowds, while folk songs and dances began to take on a distinctly American flavor. But this culture was largely white. Slaves and Native Americans, though contributing to the nation's development, were rarely recognized. By 1850, the United States was a nation full of contradictions. Manifest Destiny and the Mexican-American War had expanded territory, but also deepened the divide between North and South. The Compromise of 1850, while temporarily preserving peace, did not resolve the core issue. Could slavery exist in a nation built on the ideals of freedom? Imagine a merchant in Boston reading about the Compromise of 1850, worried that the country was nearing war. Meanwhile, in Georgia, a plantation owner was proud of his prosperity, but feared the growing voices from the North. As dusk fell over the cotton fields of the South, or the factories of the North, the United States was a nation full of potential, but also full of danger. Territorial expansion and reform movements brought hope. But the issue of slavery, like an unhealed wound, is pushing the country to the brink. The following years will witness debates, violence, and ultimately a civil war that will shape the nation's destiny. This is a period when the United States stands at a crossroads, with grand dreams, but also painful questions about justice and equality, awaiting answers in the coming decades. Imagine standing on a dusty street in Kansas in 1855, amidst shouts and gunfire. Settlers from the North, carrying ideals of freedom, confronted those from the South, determined to protect slavery. Blood was spilled in the land known as Bleeding Kansas, a clear sign that the United States could no longer hide its deep divisions over slavery. The 1850s were a period when economic, cultural, and moral conflicts between the North and the South became irreconcilable. Efforts to keep the Union united only increased tensions, pushing the country to the brink of civil war. This is the story of a nation torn apart by opposing ideals, where the actions of leaders, activists, and ordinary citizens led to one of the darkest, yet most formative, chapters in U.S. history. The Compromise of 1850, designed to maintain peace between slave and free states, instead ignited discontent. The Fugitive Slave Act, part of the Compromise, required Northerners to assist in capturing and returning runaway slaves. Imagine a runaway slave like Anthony Burns being arrested by federal marshals in Boston in 1854 while an angry crowd gathered, shouting for justice. Abolitionist activists, like Harriet Beecher Stowe, responded with pen and action. Stowe's novel Uncle Tom's Cabin, 1852, became a phenomenon, telling the story of the brutality of slavery and stirring the conscience of the North. Imagine a family in New York, reading the book aloud by candlelight, shedding tears over the fate of the main characters, and confronting the truth about slavery for the first time. But in the South, the book was considered an insult. Imagine a Georgia planter, angrily burning the book, declaring that the North did not understand their way of life. The Compromise of 1850, instead of uniting, deepened the divide, as the North increasingly opposed slavery, while the South defended it as an inseparable part of its economy and culture. The next crisis came from the Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, proposed by Senator Stephen Douglas. This act allowed residents of the Kansas and Nebraska territories to decide on slavery through popular sovereignty, repealing the Missouri Compromise, which had prohibited slavery in areas north of 3060 G30's latitude. Imagine Douglas in his office in Washington, D.C., arguing that this act would promote westward expansion and avoid conflict. But instead, it turned Kansas into a battlefield. Both sides, abolitionists from the North and pro-slavery advocates from the South, rushed to Kansas to control the territory. Imagine a small town in Kansas, where settlers pitched tents next to each other, but carried rifles and hatred. Violent clashes, known as Bleeding Kansas, erupted. In 1856, John Brown, a fanatical abolitionist, led a group that attacked and killed 5 pro-slavery settlers in Potawatomi. Imagine Brown, with burning eyes, believing he was carrying out God's will. These events turned Kansas into a symbol of the national conflict, as both sides realized that the issue of slavery could not be resolved by compromise. In 1857, the Supreme Court issued its ruling in the Dred Scott case, shaking the nation. Dred Scott, an enslaved man, sued for his freedom because he had lived in free territories. But the court, led by Chief Justice Roger Taney, ruled that black people were not U.S. citizens and had no right to sue. Furthermore, the court declared that Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in the territories, nullifying the Missouri Compromise. Imagine Scott, standing in the courtroom in St. Louis, hearing the ruling shatter his hopes while the news spread, enraging the North and cheering the South. This ruling ignited the abolitionist movement. Imagine a meeting in Boston where Frederick Douglass, with a resounding voice, called for resistance, declaring that this ruling was a call to arms. In the South, plantation owners felt emboldened, believing that slavery was now legal everywhere. The Dred Scott case was not just a legal defeat, it was a point of no return, pushing the country closer to war. In 1859, John Brown, who had led the massacre in Kansas, undertook a bolder act, attacking the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. His goal was to seize weapons and launch a slave uprising. Imagine Brown and a small group of supporters moving in the dark, seizing the arsenal, but quickly being surrounded by militia. The raid failed, and Brown was captured, tried, and hanged. But his last words, that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away but with blood, echoed as a prophecy. In the North, Brown was seen by many as a martyr, while the South viewed him as a terrorist. Imagine a newspaper in New York printing Brown's image with a halo, while a plantation owner in Virginia burned that newspaper in anger. Harper's Ferry deepened the South's fear of slave revolts and strengthened the North's resolve to oppose slavery. Amidst these divisions, a new political party emerged, the Republican Party, founded in 1854 to oppose the expansion of slavery. Imagine a gathering in Illinois, where farmers, merchants, and activists assembled, united under the banner of free soil, free labor, free men. Abraham Lincoln, a tall, lanky lawyer from Illinois, emerged as a leader of the party. In the 1858 debates with Stephen Douglas, Lincoln argued that a house divided against itself cannot stand. Imagine Lincoln standing on a stage in Springfield with a deep but persuasive voice, declaring that slavery was a moral wrong and must be stopped. The election of 1860 was the culmination of this decade. Lincoln, the Republican candidate, faced Douglas, John Breckinridge, and John Bell. Imagine polling stations in Chicago where workers lined up to vote for Lincoln, believing he would protect their ideals of freedom. Lincoln won, but received no votes from the southern states. Imagine a plantation owner in South Carolina reading the news of Lincoln's victory, feeling that his way of life was threatened. Just weeks later, South Carolina declared its secession from the Union, followed by 6 other southern states. Imagine a meeting in Charleston, with cheers as delegates voted to secede, believing they were protecting their rights. By 1861, the United States stood on the brink of civil war. The southern states formed the Confederate States of America, with Jefferson Davis as president. Imagine Davis in his office in Montgomery, Alabama, preparing for a war he hoped would protect slavery and Southern independence. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., Lincoln prepared to take office, facing an almost impossible task: keeping the Union united. Imagine Lincoln standing before a mirror, practicing his inaugural address, knowing that his every word could determine the fate of millions. As dawn broke over the fields of Kansas or the plantations of Georgia, the United States was a nation divided by opposing ideals. The abolitionist movement, Bleeding Kansas, the Dred Scott case, and John Brown's raid had turned the issue of slavery into an unquenchable fire. Efforts to compromise had failed, and now, just one spark, like the attack on Fort Sumter, was enough to ignite a war that would shape the nation's destiny. This was a period when the United States faced the ultimate question: could a nation built on freedom survive when millions remained in shackles? The answer would be written in blood and fire in the years to come. Imagine standing on the coast of Charleston, South Carolina, at dawn on April 12, 1861. The sky was still dim, but the air vibrated with explosions from Fort Sumter, where Confederate forces were bombarding a Union outpost. Smoke rose, mingling with shouts and gunfire, marking the beginning of the American Civil War. A conflict not only to preserve the Union, but also to define the meaning of freedom. This was the darkest period in American history, when brother fought against brother, and the nation was torn apart by opposing ideals of slavery and unity. But from the ashes of war, a new America would be born, though the price would be blood, tears, and scars that would never fully heal. When Abraham Lincoln took office as president in March 1861, 7 southern states had already seceded, forming the Confederate States of America, with Jefferson Davis as president. Imagine Lincoln, standing in the newly built White House, reading reports of states seizing federal property, his heart heavy with the task of keeping the country united. Fort Sumter, a Union outpost in Charleston Harbor, became the focal point of tension. Lincoln decided to send supply ships to the fort, but the Confederacy viewed this as an act of provocation. Imagine a Confederate soldier standing by a cannon, receiving the order to fire on the fort, knowing that his shot would ignite a war. After 34 hours of bombardment, Fort Sumter surrendered. News spread quickly, and 4 more southern states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, seceded, joining the Confederacy. Imagine a family in Virginia, divided as the father supported the Union, while the son joined the Confederate Army. Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion, and both sides began preparing for a war they thought would be short. But they were wrong. The Civil War lasted 4 years, claiming over 600,000 lives and leaving permanent scars. In 1861, both the Union and the Confederacy believed in a quick victory. The Union had a significant advantage: a larger population, 22 million compared to 9 million in the South, including 3.5 million enslaved people, a developed industrial base, and a strong navy. Imagine a factory in Pittsburgh working day and night to produce rifles and ammunition for the Union Army. But the Confederacy had its own advantages: talented generals like Robert E. Lee, fierce fighting spirit, and the home field advantage. Imagine Lee on horseback, looking down at the battlefield in Virginia, determined to defend his homeland, even as his heart ached for a divided nation. The First Battle of Bull Run, Manassas, in July 1861, was a wake-up call for the Union. Imagine thousands of inexperienced Union soldiers being routed in chaos by Confederate forces, while spectators from Washington, D.C., who had initially come to watch like a picnic, fled in horror. This victory boosted Southern morale, but also made Lincoln realize that the war would be long and brutal. He appointed General George McClellan to train the Army of the Potomac, but McClellan, though good at organization, often hesitated in battle. In 1862, the war became more intense. In the West, Union General Ulysses S. Grant won a victory at Shiloh, Tennessee, but at a terrible cost: over 23,000 casualties in 2 days. Imagine a blood-soaked battlefield, with soldiers lying scattered in the woods, while cries for help echoed through the night. In the East, Lee and the Confederate Army repelled McClellan in the Peninsula Campaign, defending Richmond, the Confederate capital. But the Battle of Antietam in September 1862 in Maryland was the bloodiest single day in American history, with nearly 23,000 casualties. Imagine a cornfield, where soldiers from both sides fell like harvested wheat, their blood soaking the earth. Although neither side won clearly, Lincoln used this battle as an opportunity to issue the Emancipation Proclamation. On January 1, 1863, Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, declaring freedom for enslaved people in areas controlled by the Confederacy. Imagine Lincoln, sitting in his office, signing the document with trembling hands, knowing it would change the war and the country forever. The proclamation did not free all enslaved people. Those in border states loyal to the Union remained enslaved, but it transformed the war into a struggle for freedom, not just for the Union. Imagine an enslaved person in Georgia hearing the news from Union soldiers, beginning to dream of a free life, even while facing daily danger. The proclamation also paved the way for black men to join the Union Army. Nearly 200,000 black men, many of whom were escaped slaves, joined regiments like the 54th Massachusetts Regiment. Imagine a black soldier in a Union uniform marching through Virginia, knowing that every step was an act of defiance against slavery. But they faced discrimination and danger. If captured, they were often killed instead of being treated as prisoners of war. 1863 saw two decisive victories for the Union. The Battle of Gettysburg, fought from July 1st to July 3rd in Pennsylvania, was Lee's largest invasion of the North. Imagine the bloody hills, where Union forces, under the command of General George Meade, repelled Pickett's charge, a desperate effort by the Confederate Army. More than 50,000 casualties horrified both sides, but Gettysburg shattered the South's hopes of winning in the North. Imagine Lincoln arriving in Gettysburg in November, delivering the Gettysburg Address, only 272 words long, but reaffirming the ideals of freedom and unity. A government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. At the same time, in the West, Ulysses S. Grant captured Vicksburg, Mississippi, after a prolonged siege. Imagine the people of Vicksburg, living in caves to avoid shelling, finally surrendering when supplies ran out. This victory gave the Union control of the Mississippi River, cutting the Confederacy in half. Grant, with his decisive command style, became Lincoln's greatest hope. In 1864, Lincoln appointed Grant as General-in-Chief of the Union Army. Grant adopted a war of attrition strategy, continuously attacking Lee's army, despite heavy losses. Imagine the battlefields in Virginia, such as the Wilderness and Cold Harbor, where tens of thousands of soldiers fell in bloody battles. Meanwhile, General William Tecumseh Sherman marched through Georgia, conducting his March to the Sea, destroying everything in his path from Atlanta to Savannah. Imagine Sherman watching Atlanta burn, believing that destroying the South's infrastructure was the only way to end the war. By 1865, the Confederacy was exhausted. Imagine Richmond, the Confederate capital, being captured by Union forces in April, with freed slaves cheering in the streets. Lee, surrounded in Virginia, surrendered to Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9, 1865. Imagine Lee in his gray uniform and Grant in his muddy attire, shaking hands in a small room, signing the agreement to end the war. Grant's terms were generous, allowing Confederate soldiers to return home without prosecution, but the war left a devastated nation. The Civil War ended with a Union victory, preserving the unity of the country, and ending slavery with the 13th Amendment, was ratified in December 1865. But the cost was horrific. Over 600,000 dead, millions wounded, and southern cities devastated. Imagine a Union soldier returning home to Ohio, embracing his family, but carrying horrific memories of the battlefield. In the South, freed slaves like Harriet Jacobs began to build new lives, but faced poverty and hostility from white people. Just 5 days after Lee's surrender, another tragedy occurred. Lincoln was assassinated by John Wilkes Booth at Ford's Theater in Washington, D.C. Imagine the crowd in the theater, screaming in panic as Lincoln fell, and the entire nation plunged into mourning as the train carried his body back to Illinois. Lincoln's death was a blow to hopes for a smooth reconciliation between the North and the South. As dusk fell over the fields of Gettysburg or the streets of Richmond, the United States was a wounded but also reborn nation. The Civil War preserved the Union and ended slavery, but left big questions. How to rebuild a broken country? How to ensure true freedom for millions of newly freed people? As soldiers returned home and slaves began new journeys, the United States faced a new chapter, full of hope, but also challenges, as they tried to build a nation truly based on freedom and equality. Imagine you are standing on a ruined street in Atlanta, Georgia, in the spring of 1865. The smell of smoke still lingers in the air. Charred buildings stand silently, and people, both white and black, walk with eyes full of both hope and confusion. The American Civil War has just ended, leaving a unified but shattered nation, with millions of freed slaves seeking a new life, and millions of others grappling with defeat and loss. This was the era of Reconstruction, a bold experiment to rebuild the South, ensure equal rights for the freed people, and heal a divided nation. But these lofty dreams would soon confront the harsh realities of hostility, racial discrimination, and political compromise. This is the story of a decade full of hope, but also full of missed opportunities, as the United States tried to define the true meaning of freedom. After Abraham Lincoln's assassination in April 1865, Vice President Andrew Johnson, a Southerner from Tennessee, became president. Imagine Johnson, once a poor tailor, standing in the White House, committed to carrying out Lincoln's vision of a reconciled Union. But Johnson had his own views. He wanted to quickly bring the Southern states back into the Union with minimal changes, prioritizing unity over the rights of the freed people. This immediately caused tension with Congress, especially with radical Republicans like Thaddeus Stevens and Charles Sumner, who believed that Reconstruction must bring true equality for black people. Congress passed the 13th Amendment, 1865, abolishing slavery, the 14th, 1868, guaranteeing citizenship and equal protection under the law, and the 15th, 1870, prohibiting discrimination in voting rights based on race. Imagine a black man, formerly enslaved in Alabama, casting his ballot for the first time in 1870, standing in line with eyes full of pride, but also anxiety. These amendments were historic milestones, promising an America where everyone had freedom and equality. The Freedmen's Bureau, established in 1865, supported freed slaves by providing food, schools, and legal aid. Imagine a classroom in South Carolina, where black children learned to read and write for the first time, under the guidance of teachers from the North, both white and black. In the South, Reconstruction brought profound changes. Freed people began to build new lives, establishing churches, schools, and communities. Imagine a black family in Mississippi, gathered in a small church they built themselves, singing hymns and discussing the future. Many sought to reunite with families separated by slavery, while others negotiated labor contracts with landowners. Some black people were elected to public office, such as Hiram Revels, the first black senator from Mississippi. Imagine Revels, walking into the Senate in 1870, facing hostile stares but standing tall, representing a dream of equality. But this change met with fierce resistance. Many white Southerners, defeated and bitter after the war, refused to accept the equality of black people. They enacted black codes, regulations that restricted the freedom of freed people, forcing them to work under conditions close to slavery. Imagine a black farmer in Louisiana, arrested for vagrancy and forced to work unpaid on a plantation. The Republican Congress responded by passing the Civil Rights Act of 1866 and expanding the powers of the Freedmen's Bureau. But these laws could not erase deep-seated hostility. Violence and resistance. Hostility erupted into violence. Groups like the Ku Klux Klan, founded in 1865, terrorized black people and white supporters of Reconstruction. Imagine a night in Tennessee, when hooded figures on horseback, their faces covered, burned down the home of a black teacher, sending a message that equality would not be tolerated. Racial riots, such as those in Memphis and New Orleans in 1866, resulted in dozens of black deaths. Imagine a mother in Memphis holding the body of her son, a victim of an angry white mob, while the city descended into chaos. Congress, controlled by radical Republicans, responded by imposing military reconstruction in 1867, dividing the South into 5 military districts overseen by federal troops. Imagine a federal soldier standing guard in a small Alabama town, protecting polling places where black people voted for their leaders for the first time. But the military presence also increased resentment among white Southerners, many of whom viewed Reconstruction as an occupation. By the late 1860s, support for Reconstruction began to wane in the North. Many white Northerners, though once abolitionist supporters, grew tired of the cost and conflict of Reconstruction. Imagine a merchant in Chicago, reading newspaper reports of violence in the South, wondering if continued intervention was worth it. Economic issues, such as the financial crisis of 1873, shifted attention to domestic problems. Meanwhile, Andrew Johnson, with his conciliatory stance towards the South, was in constant conflict with Congress, leading to his impeachment in 1868, though he was not removed from office. Ulysses S. Grant, elected president in 1868, pledged to continue Reconstruction, but his term was overshadowed by corruption and scandal. Imagine Grant, a heroic general during the war, but lacking political experience, struggling to control his allies, while the South became increasingly unstable. Anti-Ku Klux Klan laws were passed, but violence persisted, and Southern resistance grew stronger. In 1876, the presidential election between Rutherford B. Hayes, Republican, and Samuel Tilden, Democrat, led to a crisis when the results were disputed in 3 Southern states. Imagine the meeting rooms in Washington, D.C., where politicians negotiated through cigar smoke, trying to save the Union. The result was the Compromise of 1877. Hayes was recognized as president on the condition that federal troops withdraw from the South, ending Reconstruction. Imagine a federal soldier leaving his post in Mississippi, while black people watched, knowing they were about to be abandoned to the hostility of white Southerners. With the withdrawal of troops, the South quickly imposed Jim Crow laws, segregating races and disenfranchising black people through poll taxes and literacy tests. Imagine a black man in Georgia who had voted in 1870 now being turned away at the polling place because he couldn't pay the tax. Plantations shifted to a sharecropping system, where many black and poor white people were trapped in debt and forced labor. The dream of equality from Reconstruction vanished, leaving a legacy of injustice that lasted for centuries. Although Reconstruction failed to bring true equality, it left lasting marks. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments laid the groundwork for later civil rights struggles. Black-founded schools and churches continued to be community centers. Imagine a church in Atlanta, where future generations gathered, singing songs once sung during Reconstruction, preserving the memory of unfulfilled dreams. As dusk fell over the southern fields, or the newly built streets of Washington, D.C., the United States was a unified but scarred nation. Reconstruction was a bold experiment. Brought hope for an egalitarian society, but it was destroyed by hostility and weariness. The freed people, though deprived of many rights, continued to struggle, sowing seeds that would sprout in the future. But in 1877, when the Union Army departed, the country entered a new era, where questions of justice and equality remained unanswered, awaiting future generations to resolve in a rapidly changing world. Imagine you are standing on a bustling street in Chicago in 1880, amidst the rumble of machines and smoke rising from factories. New skyscrapers are emerging. Trains are busily transporting goods and people, and immigrants from all over the world are pouring in, bringing with them dreams of a better life. This is the Gilded Age, an era of unprecedented wealth, world-changing inventions, and rapid expansion of the United States. But behind the glittering facade lay a harsh reality: growing inequality, exploited laborers, and the marginalization of black people, indigenous people, and other vulnerable groups. This is the story of a nation entering the modern era, driven by ambition and technology, but also divided by injustice and the struggles of those left behind. After Reconstruction ended in 1877, the United States shifted its focus from healing war wounds to building a modern economy. The Second Industrial Revolution transformed the country into an industrial powerhouse. Imagine a steel mill in Pittsburgh, where blast furnaces glowed all night, producing millions of tons of steel to build railroads, bridges, and the first skyscrapers. Figures like Andrew Carnegie, a Scottish immigrant, became symbols of success, turning the steel industry into an empire through innovation and cheap labor. Imagine Carnegie, standing in his luxurious office, looking down at the blast furnaces, but rarely thinking of the workers toiling 12 hours a day in dangerous conditions. Railroads were the lifeblood of this era. By 1869, the Transcontinental Railroad was completed, connecting the East and West. Imagine a dedication ceremony in Utah, where a golden spike was driven, marking the connection of two oceans. Railroads not only transported goods and people, they also opened up new markets, from agricultural products in the Midwest to gold in California. But this expansion came at a cost. Imagine a Chinese railroad worker, toiling under the scorching sun in Nevada, facing discrimination and harsh working conditions, yet persevering to send money back to his family in Guangdong. Other inventions also changed lives. Imagine Thomas Edison in his laboratory in New Jersey, experimenting with the first electric light bulb, illuminating the world in an unprecedented way. Alexander Graham Bell introduced the telephone in 1876, and by the end of the century, major cities like New York and Chicago began to be electrified. Imagine a family in Boston, turning on an electric light in their home for the first time, marveling at the light that needed no candles or oil. These innovations were not just technology, they were symbols of an America rapidly moving into the future. The Gilded Age was named by Mark Twain, referring to the superficial wealth that concealed underlying problems. Capitalists like John D. Rockefeller, oil, J.P. Morgan, finance, and Cornelius Vanderbilt, railroads, accumulated enormous fortunes. Imagine Rockefeller's mansion in New York, with its lavish drawing rooms and staff of servants, while a few blocks away, immigrants lived crammed in tenements, working in factories for meager wages. This inequality led to social tension. Imagine a worker in Chicago, participating in the 1877 Great Railroad Strike, facing police and militia while demanding better working conditions. The strike spread across the country, but was suppressed with violence, leaving dozens dead. Immigrants, pouring in from Europe, Asia, and elsewhere, were the engine of the economy, but were often treated as second-class citizens. Imagine an Irish family in New York, living in cramped apartments, facing "No Irish Need Apply" signs, yet working tirelessly to build a new life. Chinese people, after helping build the Transcontinental Railroad, were banned from immigrating by the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. Imagine a Chinese laborer in San Francisco reading news of this act, feeling their American dream shattered. In the South, black people, who had hoped for equality during Reconstruction, now faced new oppression. Jim Crow laws imposed racial segregation, separating black people from white people in schools, trains, and even public water fountains. Imagine a black man in Alabama, forced to sit at the back of the bus despite once being a free citizen. Groups like the Ku Klux Klan continued to terrorize, and lynchings became common. But black people were not passive. Imagine Ida B. Wells, a brave journalist, writing articles exposing the brutality of lynching despite threats to her life. Indigenous people suffered a similar fate. After the Trail of Tears, tribes continued to be pushed into smaller reservations. Imagine a Sioux family in Dakota, living on a cramped reservation where the land was barren and food was scarce. The Wounded Knee Massacre in 1890, when the U.S. Army killed hundreds of Sioux, including women and children, marked the bloody end of the Native American wars. Imagine a Sioux child witnessing the massacre, carrying the traumatic memory for life. Despite widespread injustice, this decade also saw the rise of reform movements. The temperance movement called for the prohibition of alcohol, believing it was the cause of poverty and violence. Imagine Frances Willard, leader of the Women's Christian Temperance Union, speaking to crowds about the harms of alcohol. The women's suffrage movement continued, with people like Susan B. Anthony fighting for the right to vote. Imagine Anthony standing before a hall in Rochester, calling for gender equality, despite being ridiculed and threatened. Workers also organized to demand their rights. The American Federation of Labor, founded in 1886, fought for an 8-hour workday and better conditions. Imagine the Haymarket Affair in Chicago in 1886, when a bomb exploded during a protest, leading to violence and the deaths of both workers and police. This event sparked fear of socialism, but also inspired workers to continue their struggle. The Gilded Age was also a period of cultural creativity. Writers like Mark Twain and Louisa May Alcott told stories of American life, from the adventures of Tom Sawyer to the challenges of the March family in Little Women. Imagine a family in Ohio, reading Huckleberry Finn aloud by the fireplace, chuckling, but also reflecting on the injustices Twain exposed. Music halls and theaters sprang up, while sports like baseball began to become a national pastime. Imagine a crowd in Brooklyn cheering at a baseball game, feeling a new American identity forming. By 1900, the United States had become an industrial powerhouse with an economy larger than any nation in Europe, but this wealth was not shared equally. Imagine a factory worker in Pittsburgh returning home with calloused hands, while Carnegie hosted lavish parties in New York. Black people, indigenous people, and immigrants continued to be marginalized, even though they contributed to the country's development. Reform movements, from labor to women's rights, sowed the seeds for later changes, but at this time they were still small voices in a society dominated by money and power. As dusk falls over the skyscrapers of Chicago or the cotton fields of Texas, the United States is a nation of great power, but also great contradictions. The Gilded Age ushered America into the modern era, but at the cost of inequality and injustice. Questions of justice, equality, and the role of government in addressing these issues remain unanswered, awaiting future generations to confront in a new, turbulent century. Imagine standing on a bustling New York street in 1900, amidst the rumble of streetcars and the blare of ship horns from the harbor. Skyscrapers soared, electric lights illuminated the night, and immigrants from all over the world flowed into a transforming America. This was the Progressive Era, when the United States, fueled by the wealth of the Gilded Age, began to confront the injustices of industrialization, urbanization, and inequality. At the same time, the country stepped onto the world stage, asserting itself as a great power with global ambitions. But these reforms and achievements came with new tensions, from labor struggles to racial discrimination, from World War to social movements. This is the story of a nation reshaping itself, both striving for domestic justice and seeking its place in the international arena. The Gilded Age left America wealthy but unequal, with crowded slums next to opulent mansions. Progressive reformers, from journalists to activists, were determined to address these issues. Imagine Ida Tarbell, a muckraker, working through the night to expose the monopoly of John D. Rockefeller's Standard Oil. Her articles and those of people like Upton Sinclair, author of The Jungle, which depicted the horrific conditions in Chicago's meatpacking industry, shocked the public. Imagine a family in Illinois reading The Jungle and being horrified to learn about contaminated meat, leading to pressure on the government to pass the Pure Food and Drug Act of 1906. Reformers also fought for workers. Imagine a garment worker in New York participating in the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory strike in 1911, only to witness 146 colleagues, mostly immigrant women, die in a fire due to dangerous working conditions. This fire spurred new labor safety laws. Meanwhile, movements like the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the Women's Suffrage Movement, led by Susan B. Anthony and Carrie Chapman Catt, continued to demand change. Imagine a parade in Washington, D.C. in 1913, with thousands of women holding banners demanding the right to vote, facing hostile crowds, but remaining steadfast. These efforts led to the 19th Amendment in 1920, granting women the right to vote. At the government level, President Theodore Roosevelt, who took office in 1901 after William McKinley's assassination, became a symbol of the progressive spirit. Imagine Roosevelt, with his broad smile and explosive energy, promoting the square deal, promising fairness for both labor and business. He broke up monopolies, such as Northern Securities, and protected the environment by establishing national parks like Yosemite. Imagine a family in California, camping under giant sequoias, feeling proud of the nation's preserved natural beauty. On the international stage, the United States began to assert itself as a great power. After its victory in the Spanish-American War in 1898, the U.S. acquired Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines, and indirectly controlled Cuba. Imagine an American soldier in Manila, standing guard in the humid heat, facing a Filipino insurgency against American occupation. These territories marked the beginning of American imperialism, but also caused controversy. Imagine a debate in Boston, where anti-imperialist activists like Mark Twain argued that America was betraying its ideals of liberty. Theodore Roosevelt continued to expand American influence. He pushed for the construction of the Panama Canal, completed in 1914, connecting the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Imagine workers in Panama, digging earth under the scorching sun, while Roosevelt declared that the canal would make America the center of global trade. He also sent the Great White Fleet, a fleet of warships, on a circumnavigation of the world in 1907 to 1909 to display naval power. Imagine a port in Tokyo, where people watched in amazement as the gleaming white American ships, symbols of a rising power, arrived. In 1914, when World War I broke out in Europe, the United States initially maintained a neutral stance. President Woodrow Wilson, who took office in 1913, urged Americans to be neutral in thought and action. Imagine a family in Ohio reading newspaper reports about battles in Europe, feeling distant from the conflict. But German submarine attacks, especially the sinking of the Lusitania in 1915, which killed 128 Americans, changed public opinion. Imagine a mother in New York receiving news that her son died on the ship, joining protests demanding action. In 1917, after Germany continued to attack American ships and sent the Zimmermann telegram, proposing an alliance with Mexico against the U.S., Wilson declared war. Imagine a training camp in Texas where thousands of young men, from farmers to factory workers, trained to go to Europe. Nearly 2 million American soldiers, known as doughboys, fought on the Western Front, helping the Allies achieve victory in 1918. Imagine a soldier in Argonne, France, running through trenches under a hail of bullets, carrying the hope of ending the war to end all wars. Domestically, the war boosted the economy but also increased tensions. Women and African Americans took on factory jobs, replacing men who went to war. Imagine a woman in Detroit, operating machinery in a tank factory, feeling proud but also exhausted. African Americans, as part of the Great Migration, left the South for northern cities like Chicago to find work, but faced racial discrimination and violence. Imagine an African American family in Harlem, living in a cramped apartment, hoping for a better life, but facing racial riots. After the war, Wilson proposed his 14 Points and the League of Nations, an organization aimed at preventing future global conflicts. Imagine Wilson at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, debating with European leaders to build a peaceful world. But the U.S. Congress, led by Republicans, refused to join the League of Nations, choosing a policy of isolation. Imagine Wilson, his health failing after a stroke, disappointed that his dream was rejected. Domestically, the Progressive Era achieved many successes: women's suffrage, labor laws, and antitrust regulations. But African Americans, immigrants, and poor laborers remained marginalized. Imagine W.E.B. Du Bois, an African American scholar, writing about the problem of the color line in the souls of black folk, calling for equality in a still segregated society. Labor movements, though achieving some improvements, faced repression during the post-war Red Scare as the government cracked down on suspected communists. As dusk fell on the streets of Chicago or the fields of California in 1920, the United States was a global power, with a strong economy and growing influence. But the Progressive Era also left unanswered questions. How to balance wealth and justice? Could a diverse nation truly bring equality to all? The reforms had changed the face of America, but tensions over race, class, and America's role in the world still simmered. Imagine an immigrant at Ellis Island, looking up at the Statue of Liberty, carrying dreams of a better life, but knowing that the path ahead would be challenging. As the 1920s began, the United States stands at the dawn of a new era, with brilliant successes, but also with contradictions that will shape the 20th century. Imagine yourself standing on a brightly lit avenue in New York in 1925, amidst gleaming cars cruising by and vibrant jazz music echoing from clubs. Flapper girls in short dresses and bobbed hair danced, while businessmen in elegant suits raised their glasses to unprecedented prosperity. This was the 1920s, often called the Roaring Twenties, a period of wealth, cultural innovation, and seemingly endless optimism after World War I. But behind the glamorous facade were deep contradictions: racial discrimination, economic inequality, and tensions between modernity and tradition. This is the story of an America intoxicated by prosperity, but also sowing the seeds for crises that would shake the nation by the end of the decade. After World War I, the United States entered a period of unprecedented economic growth. Industries such as automotive, electronics, and consumer goods flourished. Imagine Henry Ford's factory in Detroit, where the assembly line produced thousands of Model T cars every day, transforming cars from luxury items into vehicles that middle-class families could own. Imagine a family in Ohio, driving out to the suburbs for the first time on a weekend, feeling the freedom that wheels brought. Mass production not only changed the economy, it changed how Americans lived, worked, and entertained themselves. Popular culture blossomed. Imagine a movie theater in Chicago, where crowds jostled to watch the first silent films, with stars like Charlie Chaplin making audiences roar with laughter. Radio became the center of households, broadcasting jazz music, news, and comedy shows. Imagine an evening in Harlem, New York, where musicians like Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington performed in jazz clubs, creating a fresh, vibrant sound that reflected the free spirit of the era. The Harlem Renaissance, led by writers like Langston Hughes and Zora Neale Hurston, brought the voices of black people to the center of American culture. Imagine a poet in Harlem reciting verses about black pride and struggle to a captivated crowd. Women, after gaining the right to vote in 1920, also reshaped society. Flapper girls, with their bold style and defiant attitude, became symbols of liberation. Imagine a young woman in San Francisco dancing the Charleston in a club, challenging traditional norms about women's roles. But this liberation was primarily for middle-class white women. Black and poor women remained constrained by social barriers. Despite outward prosperity, the 1920s were fraught with tensions. Racial discrimination remained deeply entrenched. In the South, Jim Crow laws continued to disenfranchise black people, while lynchings occurred frequently. Imagine a black family in Mississippi living in fear after hearing about a nearby lynching. In the North, black people in the Great Migration faced discrimination in housing and employment. Race riots, such as in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921, destroyed prosperous black communities, like the Greenwood district, known as Black Wall Street. Imagine a black businessman in Tulsa watching his store burned down by a white mob, losing a lifelong dream. Tensions between modernity and tradition also erupted. The Prohibition movement, leading to the 18th Amendment in 1919, aimed to eliminate alcohol from society, but instead created bootlegging and organized crime. Imagine a speakeasy in Chicago, where gangs like Al Capone's supplied illegal alcohol, while police pretended not to see. At the same time, the Scopes trial in 1925 in Tennessee, where a teacher was tried for teaching evolution, reflected the conflict between science and religion. Imagine a packed courtroom with lawyers like Clarence Darrow and William Jennings Bryan fiercely debating while the whole country watched on the radio. Farmers and laborers were also left behind. While cities prospered, farmers in the Midwest faced sharply falling agricultural prices due to overproduction. Imagine a farming family in Kansas, working on dry fields, unable to pay off their bank loans. Factory workers, though benefiting from mass production, worked in harsh conditions with low wages. Strikes, such as in the steel industry in 1919, were often violently suppressed. Imagine a worker in Pittsburgh, beaten by police while protesting for an 8-hour workday. Consumerism became central to the 1920s. Advertisements appeared everywhere, encouraging Americans to buy radios, refrigerators, and cars on credit. Imagine a store in Los Angeles, with vibrant posters advertising "Buy now, pay later," attracting eager consumers. The stock market boomed, with everyone from millionaires to office workers investing in stocks. Imagine a banker in New York, checking stock prices daily, dreaming of becoming a millionaire. But this excitement hid a precarious economy, with rising consumer debt and uncontrolled stock speculation. The government, under Presidents Warren G. Harding, Calvin Coolidge, and Herbert Hoover, pursued pro-business policies. Coolidge declared, "The business of America is business." Imagine Hoover, in his office in Washington, D.C., believing that the free market would bring eternal prosperity. But these policies increased inequality, as profits concentrated in the hands of a few wealthy individuals. By 1929, signs of trouble had appeared. Farmers and workers could not buy enough goods to sustain the economy, while banks lent excessively for stock speculation. Imagine an investor on Wall Street feeling anxious as stock prices fluctuated unusually in the fall of 1929. On October 29, 1929, the stock market crashed, known as Black Tuesday. Imagine the panic at the New York Stock Exchange as investors scrambled to sell shares, losing billions of dollars in a few hours. This crash marked the beginning of the Great Depression, But in 1929, few realized its severity. The 1920s shaped a new American identity, combining modernity and tradition. Jazz music, movies, and baseball became symbols of popular culture. Imagine a baseball stadium in Chicago, where the crowd cheered as Babe Ruth hit a home run, feeling national pride. But this identity was not for everyone. Black people, immigrants, and the poor were marginalized, even though they contributed to prosperity. Imagine a jazz musician in Harlem, playing music for wealthy white audiences, but denied entry through the main door of the very club where he performed. As the sun set over the streets of New York, or the fields of Iowa, the United States was a nation full of energy, but also full of contradictions. The Roaring Twenties brought prosperity and innovation, but also hid problems of inequality, racial discrimination, and the fragility of the economy. The stock market crash of 1929 was a wake-up call, signaling a difficult decade ahead. Imagine a family in California, hearing news of the crash on the radio, worried about the future, but still hoping for the American dream. As the 1920s drew to a close, the United States stood at a crossroads, with lessons from the past and new challenges awaiting. Imagine standing in a long line in downtown Chicago in 1930, amidst the tired faces of unemployed workers, queuing for a bowl of charity soup. A cold wind blew through, carrying dust from the once vibrant streets of the Roaring Twenties. Just a year earlier, the stock market had crashed, and now the United States was plunged into the Great Depression, the worst economic crisis in history. Banks closed, farms were foreclosed, and millions lost their jobs and homes. But from these ashes, a new president, Franklin D. Roosevelt, would lead the country with a bold vision called the New Deal, aiming to restore hope and reshape American society. This is the story of a decade of hardship, innovation, and lasting changes, but also a period where old injustices persisted, laying the groundwork for future challenges. On October 29, 1929, Black Tuesday, the New York stock market crashed, wiping out billions of dollars and destroying confidence in the economy. Imagine an investor on Wall Street, frantically selling off stocks, while in the distance, a factory worker in Detroit received news that their job was gone. By 1933, unemployment reached nearly 25%, and thousands of banks closed, leaving people with no savings. Imagine a family in Pennsylvania, standing in front of a bank with locked doors, realizing all their life savings had vanished. The West, especially the Great Plains, faced a double disaster. The Dust Bowl. Years of drought and poor farming techniques turned agricultural land into a dust desert. Imagine a farmer in Oklahoma, watching dust sweep across the fields, destroying crops, and forcing their family to leave the farm to seek opportunities in California. Thousands of people, known as Okies, migrated west on Route 66, but often found only poverty and hostility. Imagine a labor camp in California, where migrants lived in tents, working for meager wages, as depicted in John Steinbeck's novel, The Grapes of Wrath. In cities, Hoovervilles, shantytowns, sarcastically named after President Herbert Hoover, sprang up where homeless people huddled in poverty. Imagine a World War I veteran in Washington, D.C., joining the Bonus Army in 1932, demanding early payment of their war bonus, only to be driven away by the army with tear gas and guns. Hoover, though well-intentioned, was criticized for not acting strongly enough, and public trust in the government collapsed along with the economy. In 1932, Franklin D. Roosevelt, FDR, with his confident smile and warm radio voice, won the presidential election by a landslide. Imagine FDR, despite being paralyzed by polio, standing before a crowd in Washington, D.C., declaring in his 1933 inaugural address, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." His Fireside Chats radio programs brought hope to millions. Imagine a family in Iowa, gathered around the radio, listening to FDR explain his policies with clarity and empathy. FDR's New Deal was a series of programs and reforms aimed at relief, recovery, and reform of the economy. Agencies like the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, and the Works Progress Administration, WPA, created jobs for millions. Imagine a young man in Montana planting trees in the CCC, or an artist in New York painting murals for the WPA, feeling proud to contribute to the country. Projects like the Hoover Dam and the Tennessee Valley Authority brought electricity to rural areas, transforming lives. Imagine a home in Alabama, lit for the first time by electric lights, bringing hope to a family that had lived in darkness. Financial reforms were also implemented. The Glass-Steagall Act of 1933 separated commercial banking from investment banking, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, protected people's savings. Imagine a woman in Chicago depositing money in a bank for the first time without fear of losing everything. The Social Security Act of 1935 established a system of pensions and unemployment benefits, a major step forward in protecting workers. But the New Deal was not perfect. It prioritized white people, and many black people, women, and immigrants did not fully benefit. Despite progress, the Great Depression exposed injustices in American society. Black people, though participating in New Deal programs, often faced discrimination. Imagine a black worker in Detroit, paid less than their white colleagues on the same WPA project. In the South, Jim Crow laws continued to restrict the rights of black people, and lynchings still occurred. Imagine Mary McLeod Bethune, a black educator, working with the FDR administration to promote rights for her community, but facing resistance from both within and without. Immigrants, especially from Mexico and Asia, also faced discrimination. Imagine a Mexican family in California, deported during repatriation campaigns because they were considered an economic burden. Women, though playing a large role in the workforce, were often underpaid and had limited opportunities. But these years also saw resistance. Imagine Eleanor Roosevelt, the First Lady, traveling across the country, advocating for civil rights and women's rights, becoming a voice for the marginalized. American culture in the 1930s reflected both hardship and resilience. Hollywood films, like Gone with the Wind, 1939, offered an escape from reality. Imagine a movie theater in Los Angeles, where audiences temporarily forgot their difficulties to immerse themselves in romantic stories. Swing music, with artists like Benny Goodman, made people dance despite poverty. Imagine a club in Harlem, where couples danced the Lindy Hop, finding joy in vibrant melodies. WPA artists, like Dorothea Lange, documented the pain of the Great Depression through photographs like Migrant Mother, depicting a mother with an anxious but resilient gaze. By the late 1930s, the specter of World War II emerged. As Nazi Germany, Japan, and Italy expanded their power, the United States initially maintained an isolationist stance. Imagine a family in Minnesota reading news of Europe's collapse, feeling grateful that an ocean separated them from the war. But FDR, recognizing the global threat, began to prepare. The Lend-Lease Act of 1941 provided aid to the Allies, and the U.S. military began to rearm. Imagine a factory worker in Seattle, shifting from producing cars to tanks, feeling the change of the times. When Japan attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, the United States was drawn into the war. Imagine FDR standing before Congress, declaring that day a date which will live in infamy, calling on the nation to unite. The Great Depression, though still leaving its mark, gave way to a full-scale war effort, marking the end of a tumultuous decade. As the sun set over the dusty fields of Oklahoma, or the bustling streets of New York in 1941, the United States was a nation profoundly changed. FDR's New Deal had expanded the role of government, bringing hope and opportunity to millions. But it did not erase racial and gender inequalities. The Great Depression had tested the American spirit, but also sparked resilience and creativity. Imagine a worker in California looking at the newly manufactured fighter jets, proud of their country, but worried about the future. As war approached, the United States stood at a new crossroads, carrying lessons from the 1930s, and determined to shape a better world, but with new challenges awaiting. Imagine you are standing on the shore of Honolulu, Hawaii, on the morning of December 7th, 1941. The clear blue sky suddenly shakes with the roar of Japanese planes, bombs exploding, and smoke rising from battleships in Pearl Harbor. Air raid sirens blare, and soldiers, sailors, and civilians scatter in panic. The attack on Pearl Harbor drew the United States into World War II, a global conflict that would reshape the country's position on the international stage and change American society forever. This is the story of a nation united in the face of adversity, becoming the arsenal of democracy, but also confronting internal challenges of race, gender, and power. From the battlefields in Europe and the Pacific to the factories at home, this was a period when the United States became a superpower, at the cost of millions of lives and with ethical questions that still resonate today. The attack on Pearl Harbor, which killed over 2,400 Americans and destroyed or damaged dozens of warships, was a shock to the entire nation. Imagine a family in California gathered around the radio, listening to President Franklin D. Roosevelt declare that day a date which will live in infamy and call on Congress to declare war on Japan. Just a few days later, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States, drawing the country into a two-front war. Imagine a young man in Chicago enlisting right after FDR's speech, filled with patriotism but also anxious about what lay ahead. The United States, though it had prepared through the Lend-Lease Act and increased military production, was not yet ready for a global war. The American military was much smaller than those of powers like Germany or Japan, and the economy was still recovering from the Great Depression, but national unity was unprecedented. Imagine propaganda posters across cities urging "buy war bonds" or "we can do it," with the image of Rosie the Riveter, a symbol of millions of women joining the workforce. Domestically, the United States transformed into a war machine. Factories, once producing cars and refrigerators, now switched to manufacturing tanks, planes, and guns. Imagine a factory in Detroit, where women and black people worked on assembly lines, building B-24 bombers at record speed. By 1944, the United States produced nearly 50% of the Allied war weapons and supplies. Ports like New York and San Francisco bustled with ships carrying goods to Europe and the Pacific. Imagine a sailor in San Francisco loading cargo onto a Liberty ship, knowing that these packages would help allies thousands of miles away. Women and minorities played crucial roles. Over 6 million women joined the workforce, from welding in factories to serving as nurses on the front lines. Imagine a woman in Seattle, wearing overalls, operating heavy machinery, feeling proud but also exhausted after long shifts. Black people, despite facing discrimination, also participated in large numbers, especially in units like the Tuskegee Airmen, black pilots who fought bravely in Europe. Imagine a Tuskegee pilot flying over the skies of Italy, overcoming prejudice to prove his worth. But the war effort also exposed injustices. Japanese Americans, especially on the West Coast, were interned in concentration camps after Executive Order 9066 in 1942. Imagine a Japanese family in California forced to leave their homes and businesses, moving to a camp in Manzanar with barbed wire fences and harsh living conditions. Although many Japanese Americans later served in the military, such as the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, they were still treated as enemies. This is a stain on American history reflecting wartime fear and prejudice. In the European theater, the United States collaborated with Britain and the Soviet Union to fight Nazi Germany. June 6, 1944, D-Day, was a turning point. Imagine thousands of American soldiers landing on the beaches of Normandy, France, under German fire, with the waves stained with blood and the roar of explosions shaking the sky. The victory at Normandy paved the way for the liberation of Paris and the advance into Germany. By December 1944, the Battle of the Bulge, Germany's last counter-offensive, was repelled thanks to the resilience of the Allied forces, including American troops. Imagine a soldier in the Ardennes, shivering in the winter cold, yet fighting to defend a key position. In the Pacific, the war against Japan was a series of bloody island battles. Imagine the Battle of Midway in 1942, where the U.S. Navy achieved a decisive victory, destroying Japanese aircraft carriers. The battles of Guadalcanal, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa saw fierce fighting. Imagine a Marine on Iwo Jima, climbing rocky hills under enemy fire, witnessing the American flag being raised on Mount Suribachi, an image that became a symbol of resilience. When Allied forces advanced into Germany in 1945, they discovered the horrific atrocities of the Holocaust. Imagine an American soldier at the Dachau concentration camp, stunned by the scenes of Nazi brutality, with millions of Jews and other groups murdered. News of the Holocaust shocked America, strengthening its resolve to defeat Germany and raising profound questions about the world's moral responsibility. On May 7, 1945, Germany surrendered, marking Victory in Europe Day, VE Day. Imagine the streets of New York, where crowds cheered and danced in joy. But the war in the Pacific continued. In August 1945, the United States dropped 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, killing tens of thousands and forcing Japan to surrender on September 2nd, Victory over Japan Day, VJ Day. Imagine a sailor in Times Square kissing a nurse in a moment of joy, captured in a famous photograph. But in Hiroshima, a child survived, standing amidst the rubble, bearing both physical and mental scars. The war claimed the lives of over 400,000 Americans and millions worldwide, but it also transformed the United States into a superpower, with the world's strongest economy and a powerful military. Imagine a factory worker in Los Angeles, returning home after producing fighter planes, proud but exhausted, ready for a peacetime life. The war changed American society. Women and African Americans who had taken on important roles in the war demanded equality. Imagine a woman in Seattle refusing to return to her domestic role after working in a factory, or a black veteran in Chicago demanding fair treatment after fighting for freedom. The Second Great Migration brought millions of African Americans from the South to northern and western cities, reshaping the demographic map. But racial segregation persisted, and Japanese Americans returning from internment camps faced hostility and loss of property. As the sun set over the battlefields of Europe or the Pacific Islands in 1945, the United States stood at the pinnacle of power. The war had ended the Great Depression, strengthened the economy, and established America as a global leader. But this new role came with responsibility. How to lead a world devastated by war. Imagine American diplomats at the newly formed United Nations, discussing peace, but also preparing for a new confrontation with the Soviet Union in the Cold War. Domestically, the seeds of the civil rights movement and gender equality had been sown, but injustices remained. As Americans celebrated victory, they also stood at a crossroads, with dreams of prosperity and challenges of justice awaiting in a new world. Imagine standing in a newly built suburban neighborhood in Levittown, New York, in 1950. Identical houses stretch endlessly, children play on lush green lawns, and shiny cars are parked in front of garages. After World War II, the United States entered an unprecedented period of prosperity, with a booming economy and the American dream seemingly within reach for the growing middle class. But on the international stage, a new specter emerged, the Cold War, a tense confrontation with the Soviet Union threatening the world with nuclear weapons. Domestically, conflicts over race, gender, and power began to surface, challenging the image of an ideal America. This is the story of a nation at the peak of its power, yet also grappling with global fears and internal injustices, laying the groundwork for major changes in the decades to come. After World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union emerged as two opposing superpowers, dividing the world into two blocks, capitalist and communist. Imagine President Harry S. Truman in his office in Washington, D.C., reading a report about the Soviet Union's development of the atomic bomb in 1949, realizing that an arms race had begun. The Truman Doctrine, announced in 1947, committed to containing the spread of communism. Imagine an American diplomat in Greece, distributing aid from the Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe and prevent Soviet influence. This plan, launched in 1948, poured billions of dollars into Western European countries, helping them recover and strengthen their alliance with the U.S. In 1949, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, was established to counter the Soviet Union. Imagine a meeting in Brussels, where leaders from the US, Britain, and France signed the treaty, committing to mutual defense against the threat from Eastern Europe. The Soviet Union responded with the Warsaw Pact in 1955, dividing the world into two opposing camps. Domestically, the fear of communism led to the Second Red Scare. Imagine Senator Joseph McCarthy standing before a crowd in Wisconsin, holding up a list of alleged communists, sparking a wave of panic and witch hunts. Thousands of people, from government employees to Hollywood stars, were investigated and lost their jobs due to suspicions of disloyalty. In 1950, the Cold War turned hot when North Korea, backed by the Soviet Union, invaded South Korea. The United States, under the approval of the United Nations, led a coalition to defend South Korea. Imagine General Douglas MacArthur standing on a hill in Korea, commanding the daring Incheon landing, pushing back the North Korean forces. But as American troops approached the Chinese border, China entered the war, leading to a bloody conflict that lasted until 1953. Imagine an American soldier in Korea, shivering in the winter cold, fighting in fierce battles like the Chosin Reservoir. The war ended with an armistice, dividing Korea into two halves at the 38th parallel, but costing more than 36,000 American lives. This war solidified America's resolve to contain communism, but also showed the cost of Cold War conflicts. Domestically, the 1950s was a period of economic boom. The United States, not devastated by war like Europe or Asia, became the global manufacturing hub. Imagine a factory in Michigan, producing cars, refrigerators, and washing machines for the growing middle class. The GI Bill 1944 provided scholarships and loans for veterans, helping millions buy homes and attend college. Imagine a veteran in California, moving into a suburban home with his wife and children, experiencing the American dream for the first time. Consumer culture flourished. Shopping malls and fast food restaurants, like McDonald's, springing up everywhere. Imagine a family in Texas, driving to a drive-in restaurant, ordering burgers and milkshakes through a loudspeaker. Television became central to households, with shows like I Love Lucy attracting millions of viewers. Imagine an evening in Ohio where the whole family gathered in front of a black and white TV, laughing at humorous stories. Rock and roll, with artists like Elvis Presley, ignited youth culture. Imagine a concert in Memphis, where teenagers danced wildly to Elvis's music, challenging conservative norms. Despite its prosperity, the 1950s were not a paradise for everyone. Racial segregation remained deeply entrenched, especially in the South, where Jim Crow laws maintained separation. But the civil rights movement began to emerge. In 1954, the Supreme Court's Brown v. Board of Education ruling declared that segregation in schools was unconstitutional. Imagine Thurgood Marshall, the NAACP lawyer, standing before the Supreme Court, arguing for justice, bringing hope to millions of black people. But resistance in the South was strong. Imagine black students in Little Rock, Arkansas, in 1957, entering an all-white school under the protection of federal troops, facing an angry mob. In 1955, the murder of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old black teenager in Mississippi, shocked the nation. Imagine Till's mother, Mamie, deciding to leave the casket open at the funeral so the world could see the brutality of racial segregation. In the same year, Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat on a bus in Montgomery, Alabama, sparking the Montgomery bus boycott. Imagine Martin Luther King Jr., a young pastor, leading this movement, advocating nonviolence to fight for justice. These events marked the beginning of the modern civil rights movement. Women, despite playing a large role in the war, were often expected to return to domestic roles. Imagine a woman in the suburbs preparing dinner while reading about the career opportunities she once had during the war, feeling constrained by society. The seeds of the feminist movement began to sprout, though it wouldn't explode until the 1960s. The Cold War also transformed science and technology. In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik, causing the US to fear falling behind. Imagine scientists at NASA working day and night to launch the Explorer 1 satellite in 1958, marking the beginning of the space race. Meanwhile, the fear of nuclear war loomed. Imagine a school in California where students participated in duck and cover drills, preparing for a nuclear attack that might never happen. As the sun set over the suburbs or the streets of Harlem in 1960, the United States was a global superpower, with a strong economy and widespread influence. But the Cold War brought constant fear, and racial, gender, and class injustices challenged the image of an ideal nation. Imagine a student in Atlanta participating in a sit-in at a lunch counter, demanding equal rights, or a scientist in Houston, dreaming of putting humans on the moon. When John F. Kennedy was elected president in 1960, promising a new frontier, the United States stood at the brink of a new decade full of hope, but also turmoil, with lessons from the past and new challenges awaiting. Imagine standing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., on August 28, 1963, amidst a sea of people stretching across the National Mall. The powerful voice of Martin Luther King Jr. rings out, declaring, "I have a dream," calling for racial equality before hundreds of thousands of people. This was the 1960s, a vibrant period of hope and conflict, when the United States, under the leadership of John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson, pursued the new frontier and the Great Society, while also confronting fierce struggles over civil rights, the Vietnam War, and cultural change. From the space race to street protests, this is the story of a nation torn between lofty ideals and harsh realities, reshaping American identity in a decade of great upheaval. In 1960, John F. Kennedy, a young and charismatic senator from Massachusetts, narrowly won the presidential election against Richard Nixon. Imagine Kennedy standing before Congress in his 1961 inaugural address, urging Americans, "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." His New Frontier vision promised progress in science, education, and civil rights, while also confronting the threat of the Cold War. The space race became a symbol of American ambition. In 1961, Kennedy declared the goal of landing a man on the moon before the end of the decade. Imagine engineers at NASA in Houston working day and night to design the Apollo spacecraft, while the nation watched the Soviet Union's Yuri Gagarin become the first human to fly into space. In 1962, John Glenn became the first American to orbit Earth, igniting national pride. Imagine a family in Florida looking up at the sky as a rocket launched, dreaming of the stars. On the international stage, Kennedy faced serious crises. The Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961, a failed attempt to overthrow Fidel Castro in Cuba, was an embarrassment for the administration. Imagine Cuban exiles, trained by the CIA, captured on Cuban beaches, while Kennedy took responsibility before the nation. More dangerous was the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, when the Soviet Union deployed nuclear missiles in Cuba. Imagine Kennedy in the Oval Office, tensely examining reconnaissance photos, knowing that one mistake could lead to nuclear war. After 13 tense days, the Soviets withdrew the missiles, but the world had stood on the brink of disaster. Domestically, the civil rights movement reached its peak. Black Americans, inspired by victories such as the Brown Fine, Board of Education ruling, 1954, and the Montgomery bus boycott, 1955 to 1956, continued to demand equality. In 1961, freedom riders, black and white activists, rode buses through the South to protest segregation on public transportation. Imagine a group of freedom riders in Alabama, attacked by a mob, but still determined to continue their journey. In 1963, protests in Birmingham, led by Martin Luther King Jr., faced police brutality. Imagine images of black children being attacked by fire hoses and police dogs, televised across the nation, shocking the conscience of Americans. The March on Washington in 1963, where King delivered his "I Have a Dream" speech, was a historic moment. But the movement was not only about non-violence. Imagine Malcolm X in Harlem, calling for black self-defense and pride in their identity, offering a different perspective on the struggle. These efforts led to the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which outlawed racial discrimination in public accommodations, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which protected the voting rights of black Americans. Imagine a black man in Mississippi, voting for the first time without fear of intimidation, feeling the power of change. While Kennedy focused on civil rights and space, the Vietnam War began to escalate. The U.S. supported South Vietnam against communist-led North Vietnam, viewing it as part of the containment doctrine. Imagine American military advisors in Saigon training South Vietnamese troops, while the number of American soldiers gradually increased. In 1963, USS Gan. Support for the assassination of President Ngo Dinh Diem destabilized South Vietnam, making Kennedy concerned about deeper U.S. involvement. On November 22, 1963, Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas, leaving the nation in mourning. Imagine the crowds in New York, weeping as they heard the news over the radio, and Lyndon B. Johnson being sworn in on Air Force One. Kennedy's death was a shock, but Johnson continued his vision while also escalating involvement in Vietnam. In 1964, after the Gulf of Tonkin incident, Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, allowing Johnson to expand the war. Imagine young soldiers in Vietnam, fighting in the jungle, facing Viet Cong guerrillas, and growing hostility from the local population. Johnson, who took office in 1963, launched the Great Society program aimed at eradicating poverty and injustice. Imagine Johnson signing the Civil Rights Act in the White House, with Martin Luther King Jr. standing beside him as a symbol of hope. Programs like Medicare and Medicaid provided health insurance for the elderly and the poor. Imagine an elderly woman in Chicago seeing a doctor for the first time without worrying about the cost. Education and housing programs helped millions, but the Vietnam War overshadowed these successes, costing billions of dollars and fueling discontent. The 1960s was also a period of cultural change. The counterculture movement, with its hippies, challenged traditional norms. Imagine the Woodstock Festival in 1969 in New York, where hundreds of thousands of young people gathered, listening to Jimi Hendrix play guitar in the rain, celebrating peace and love. Rock music, with bands like the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, shaped youth culture. Imagine a teenager in California listening to Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band on vinyl, feeling a new world opening up. But the protests also became more intense. Anti-Vietnam War demonstrations spread, especially among students. Imagine a march in Berkeley, where students held up signs saying, "Make love, not war," facing riot police. The feminist movement, inspired by Betty Friedan's The Feminine Mystique, demanded gender equality. Imagine a group of women in New York, protesting outside a newspaper office, demanding fair employment opportunities. This decade was marked by assassinations. In 1965, Malcolm X was shot dead in Harlem, leaving a legacy of black power and pride. In 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis, sparking riots in over 100 cities. Imagine smoke rising from the streets of Washington, D.C., as black people expressed their anger and grief. Just 2 months later, Robert F. Kennedy, JFK's brother and a presidential candidate, was assassinated in Los Angeles. These deaths shook faith in peaceful change. But the 1960s also had its triumphs. On July 20th, 1969, Neil Armstrong walked on the moon, fulfilling Kennedy's dream. Imagine the entire nation, from rural areas to cities, glued to their TVs, as Armstrong said, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." This event was the culmination of American ambition, but also a brief moment of unity in a decade of division. As dusk fell over the National Mall or the forests of Vietnam in 1969, the United States was a nation full of contradictions. The new frontier and Great Society brought historic reforms, from civil rights to health care, but the Vietnam War and assassinations eroded public trust. The civil rights, feminist and counterculture movements sowed the seeds of change, but also sparked a backlash from conservatives. Imagine a student in Atlanta participating in protests for equality, or a soldier in Vietnam wondering why they were fighting. As the 1960s drew to a close, the United States stood at a crossroads, with brilliant achievements, but also deep scars, ready to enter a new decade full of challenges. Imagine standing in a long line at a gas station in Los Angeles in 1973, amidst the scorching heat, while frustrated drivers waited for hours to fill their tanks. A no-gas sign hung on the pump, and news of the oil crisis shook the entire nation. The 1970s was a period of profound upheaval in the United States. The Vietnam War continued to divide. The Watergate scandal eroded trust in government, and economic crises challenged the post-war dream of prosperity. But it was also a time of social change, from the environmental movement to advancements in women's and civil rights. This is the story of a nation grappling with a crisis of confidence, seeking stability, while redefining its identity in an increasingly complex world. The Vietnam War, which had lasted for more than a decade, continued to fracture American society. In 1970, the Kent State Massacre, when the National Guard shot and killed 4 anti-war student protesters at Kent State University in Ohio, shocked the nation. Imagine a university campus in Ohio where students scattered amidst tear gas and gunfire, leaving bodies on the lawn. This event sparked nationwide protests, with millions demanding an end to the war. In 1973, after years of negotiations, the Paris Peace Accords were signed, ending direct U.S. involvement in Vietnam. Imagine an American soldier in Saigon, boarding a plane to return home, carrying both physical and mental scars. But the war did not truly end for Vietnam. In 1975, Saigon fell to North Vietnamese forces, and images of American helicopters evacuating from the embassy in Saigon became a symbol of defeat. Imagine a Vietnamese family in California, watching this scene on TV, worried about relatives still trapped. And the Vietnam War resulted in the deaths of over 58,000 American soldiers and eroded trust in the government, as many wondered why the country had become involved in such a distant and costly war. While the Vietnam War ended, another crisis shook Washington, D.C., the Watergate scandal. In 1972, 5 men were arrested for breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex. Imagine Washington Post reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein working through the night to expose the links between the break-in and President Richard Nixon's re-election campaign. Investigations revealed that the Nixon administration had engaged in illegal activities, from wiretapping to abuse of power. In 1973, the Watergate hearings were televised live, attracting millions of viewers. Imagine a family in Chicago, glued to the TV as Nixon's aides testified about wrongdoing. When a tape recording revealed Nixon had obstructed justice, pressure for him to resign mounted. So on August 9, 1974, Nixon became the first U.S. president to resign. Imagine Nixon boarding a helicopter to leave the White House, waving one last time as the nation watched in shock. Vice President Gerald Ford took office, declaring, "Our long national nightmare is over." But trust in government had been severely damaged. Ford, in an attempt to heal, pardoned Nixon, a controversial decision. Imagine a worker in Detroit feeling angry that Nixon escaped legal accountability. Watergate not only shook the administration, but also deepened public skepticism towards institutions, a legacy that lasted for decades. The 1970s witnessed unprecedented economic challenges. The 1973 oil crisis, due to the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, imposed an oil embargo on the U.S. in protest of U.S. support for Israel, causing gasoline prices to skyrocket and leading to shortages. Imagine drivers in Texas queuing for long lines at gas stations, while inflation and unemployment soared, a phenomenon known as stagflation. The U.S. economy, once the engine of post-war prosperity, was now stagnant, with middle-class families feeling the pressure of rising prices and precarious jobs. President Jimmy Carter, who took office in 1977, faced these challenges. Carter, a former Georgia governor with a simple style, called on Americans to conserve energy and confront a crisis of confidence. Imagine Carter, in a TV address, wearing a cardigan and encouraging people to lower their thermostats to save fuel. But his policies, such as promoting renewable energy, met resistance from Congress and the public. And a second oil crisis in 1979, after the Iranian Revolution, worsened the situation. Despite facing crises, the 1970s was a period of social progress. The feminist movement made great strides. Imagine activists like Gloria Steinem standing before a crowd in New York, demanding gender equality in work and education. The Supreme Court's Roe v. Wade ruling in 1973 legalized abortion, a victory for women's rights, but also a source of intense controversy. Imagine a protest in Washington, D.C., with women's groups holding up banners, confronting fierce opponents. The civil rights movement continued, albeit with new challenges. After the death of Martin Luther King Jr., leaders like Jesse Jackson pushed for economic equality. Imagine Jackson, speaking at a conference in Chicago, calling for job opportunities for black people. But northern cities, like Detroit and Los Angeles, saw racial tensions, with segregated neighborhoods and growing economic inequality. The environmental movement also emerged. The oil crisis and disasters like the chemical spill in Love Canal, New York, raised environmental awareness. Imagine activists in California protesting to protect clean air and water, leading to the establishment of the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, in 1970, and the Clean Air Act. The first Earth Day, held in 1970, attracted millions of participants nationwide. 1970s culture reflected both skepticism and creativity. Films like The Godfather and Star Wars captivated audiences, offering an escape from reality. Imagine a movie theater in Los Angeles, packed with viewers cheering as Han Solo appeared on screen. Disco music, with artists like Donna Summer, dominated dance floors, while rock music by bands like Led Zeppelin attracted rebellious youth. Imagine a club in New York, where people danced under neon lights, finding joy amidst uncertainty. On the international stage, the U.S. sought to reduce tensions with the Soviet Union through détente. Imagine President Nixon visiting Beijing in 1972, shaking hands with Mao Zedong, opening diplomatic relations with China. But the Iran hostage crisis in 1979, when 52 Americans were held at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, damaged Carter's credibility. Imagine the entire country watching the news nightly, praying for the hostages' release, while Carter struggled with a crisis that could not be resolved quickly. As the sun set over the Midwest fields or Manhattan streets in 1979, the United States was a nation at a crossroads. The Vietnam War and Watergate had eroded trust in government, while economic and energy crises challenged prosperity. But advances in civil rights, feminism, and environmental protection showed a society changing, albeit slowly. Imagine a student in Berkeley participating in environmental protests, or a mother in Atlanta hoping her child would grow up in a more just world. As the 1970s drew to a close, the United States faced a new decade, with the rise of conservatism and global challenges, ready to reshape its future. Imagine yourself standing in a bustling shopping mall in Los Angeles in 1985, amidst neon-lit stores and Madonna's pop music blaring from radio speakers. Young people in leather jackets and bell-bottom jeans walk by, while TV screens promote images of President Ronald Reagan, who promised to restore America's pride and prosperity. The 1980s was a period of conservative resurgence, economic growth, and cultural innovation. but also a time of increasing inequality, Cold War tensions, and social challenges like the AIDS epidemic. This is the story of a United States seeking to regain its confidence after the crises of the 1970s, but also facing internal contradictions and a rapidly changing world. In 1980, Ronald Reagan, a former Hollywood actor and California governor, won a landslide victory in the presidential election against Jimmy Carter. Imagine Reagan, with his friendly smile and warm voice, standing before a crowd, promising to make America great again. His vision, known as the Reagan Revolution, focused on tax cuts, reduced government spending, and increased military expenditure. Imagine a middle-class family in Ohio, happy about reduced income taxes, but worried about cuts to social programs like medical aid. Reagan's economic policies, known as Reaganomics, or supply-side economics, prioritized tax cuts for the wealthy and businesses, believing this would stimulate investment and growth. As a result, the economy boomed in the mid-decade, with the stock market soaring and jobs increasing. Imagine an investor on Wall Street making millions of dollars in stock trades, or an entrepreneur in Silicon Valley starting a tech company with the dream of becoming a millionaire. But the cost was increasing inequality. The rich got richer, while the poor and middle class struggled with rising living costs. The conservative movement also had a cultural dimension. Religious groups, like the Moral Majority led by Jerry Falwell, promoted traditional values, opposing abortion, gay rights, and feminism. Imagine a prayer meeting in Texas, where worshippers gathered, calling for America to return to family values. This rise deepened the divide between conservatives and liberals, especially in major cities. The 1980s saw an escalation of the Cold War. Reagan, calling the Soviet Union an evil empire, increased military spending to record levels, building weapon systems like the Strategic Defense Initiative or Star Wars, aimed at creating a shield against nuclear missiles. Imagine scientists in California, working in secret labs to develop laser technology, while the nation debated whether this plan was feasible. Reagan also supported anti-communist movements globally. In Nicaragua, the U.S. funded the Contras against the leftist Sandinista government, leading to the Iran-Contra scandal in 1986. Imagine hearings in Washington, D.C. as officials revealed that the U.S. had secretly sold weapons to Iran to fund the Contras, damaging Reagan's credibility. In Afghanistan, the U.S. supported the Mujahideen rebels against the Soviet Union, a decision that would have long-term consequences. Imagine a Mujahideen fighter using U.S.-supplied Stinger missiles, shooting down Soviet helicopters, unaware that these actions would contribute to the creation of groups like Al-Qaeda in the future. By the end of the decade, the Soviet Union, under the leadership of Mikhail Gorbachev, began reforms with glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring policies. Imagine Reagan and Gorbachev meeting in Reykjavik, Iceland, in 1986, discussing nuclear arms reduction, marking the beginning of the Cold War's unraveling. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, though occurring shortly after Reagan's term, was a result of the economic and political pressure the U.S. helped create. The 1980s was a period of cultural and technological advancements. Personal computers, like the IBM PC and Apple Macintosh, began appearing in homes and offices. Imagine a student in Seattle using a computer for homework for the first time, or a programmer in Silicon Valley writing code for a startup that would become a tech giant. MTV, launched in 1981, shaped youth culture with music videos by Michael Jackson and Madonna. Imagine a teenager in Chicago, glued to the TV as Michael Jackson's Thriller video aired, feeling the explosion of popular culture, Hollywood films, such as E.T., Back to the Future, and Star Wars, dominated the box office, bringing optimism and escapism. Imagine a movie theater in Texas, packed with an audience cheering as Luke Skywalker fought Darth Vader. But culture also reflected divisions. Rap music, with groups like Run DMC, emerged from poor neighborhoods, bringing the voice of black people to the cultural center. Imagine a performance in the Bronx where rappers told stories of urban life, challenging the norms of a conservative America. The AIDS epidemic emerged in the early decade, causing fear and stigma. Imagine a patient in San Francisco, diagnosed with AIDS, facing isolation from family and society. The Reagan administration was initially slow to respond, leading the gay community, which was most heavily affected, to organize movements like ACT UP to demand action. Imagine a protest in New York, with activists holding signs that read, "Silence equals death," demanding research and medical treatment. Economic inequality also increased. Black and Latino people, despite benefiting from the civil rights movement, still faced discrimination in housing and employment. Imagine a black family in Detroit, living in a poor neighborhood, while wealthy suburbs were predominantly for white people. The feminist movement continued, but women were still paid less than men. Imagine a female office worker in Boston, reading about the glass ceiling, determined to advance in a male-dominated world. As the sun set over the streets of Los Angeles or the fields of Iowa in 1989, the United States was a more confident nation than at the beginning of the decade. Reagan's policies had restored national pride and economic growth, but at the cost of increased inequality and national debt. The Cold War, though still tense, began to ease, paving the way for the collapse of the Soviet Union in the following decade. Imagine a student in Washington, D.C., watching Germans tear down the Berlin Wall on TV, feeling a world changing. But challenges like AIDS, inequality, and the legacy of conservatism remained. As the 1980s closed, the United States faced a new decade, with its role as the sole superpower, but also with unanswered questions about justice and unity in an increasingly diverse society. Imagine you're sitting in a coffee shop in Seattle in 1995, sipping a latte while Nirvana's grunge music plays from the speakers. Next to you, a young person types on a laptop, browsing the first websites on the internet. The 1990s were a period when the United States solidified its position as the sole superpower after the collapse of the Soviet Union, enjoyed economic prosperity thanks to the technological revolution, and witnessed profound cultural changes. But it was also a period of new tensions, political division, economic inequality, and international conflicts that raised questions about America's role in a globalized world. This is the story of a nation at the peak of its power, but also grappling with internal contradictions and global responsibilities. In 1991, the Soviet Union officially dissolved, marking the end of the Cold War. Imagine a family in Washington, D.C., watching news of the fall of the Berlin Wall and Soviet states declaring independence, feeling proud as America became the sole superpower. President George H.W. Bush called it the New World Order, where America would lead with military and economic might. Imagine Bush, in the Oval Office, discussing with advisors America's role in a world without a communist rival. The Gulf War in 1991 demonstrated America's military power. When Iraq, under Saddam Hussein, invaded Kuwait, the U.S. led an international coalition to repel Iraq. Imagine an American pilot flying over the Kuwaiti desert during Operation Desert Storm, piloting a stealth aircraft under the night sky. The war ended quickly, with an overwhelming victory, solidifying America's prestige. But it also left unanswered questions. How far should the U.S. intervene in global affairs? Imagine a New Yorker watching bombs fall on Baghdad on TV, wondering if war truly brings lasting peace. The US also participated in other conflicts, such as in Somalia, 1993, and Bosnia, 1995. Imagine an American soldier in Mogadishu, caught in a bloody street battle, or a diplomat in Dayton, Ohio, negotiating the Dayton Agreement to end the war in Bosnia. These events showed America's complex role, both a peacekeeper and criticized for excessive intervention. Domestically, the 1990s were a period of economic prosperity under President Bill Clinton, who took office in 1993. Clinton, a young governor from Arkansas, promised to modernize the economy and heal political divisions. Imagine Clinton signing the NAFTA Act in 1993, a free trade agreement with Canada and Mexico, hoping to boost global trade. The US's economy grew strongly, with unemployment falling to its lowest level in decades and the stock market soaring. Imagine an investor in Silicon Valley making millions from tech startups like Netscape or Amazon. The technological revolution shaped this decade. The Internet, once a tool for the military and academia, became a global phenomenon. Imagine a student in Boston using a web browser for the first time to search for information, or an entrepreneur in Seattle ordering the first book from Amazon.com. Companies like Microsoft and Apple led innovation, while the dot-com bubble attracted billions of dollars in investment. Imagine an office in San Francisco, where young programmers work through the night to build websites, dreaming of becoming millionaires before age 30. But this boom was not for everyone. Economic inequality increased, with workers in traditional industries, such as manufacturing in the Rust Belt, losing jobs due to globalization. Imagine a factory worker in Michigan, hearing news that the factory is closing because production is moving to Mexico, feeling abandoned by the American dream. The 1990s also saw social divisions. The civil rights movement continued, but Black and Latino people still faced discrimination. The beating of Rodney King in 1991 by Los Angeles police, captured on video, ignited the 1992 riots when the officers were acquitted. Imagine smoke rising from the streets of Los Angeles as people expressed their outrage at racial injustice. The O.J. Simpson trial in 1995 on murder charges further highlighted racial divisions. Imagine the entire country, divided into two camps, watching the trial on TV, with black and white people holding opposing views on justice. The feminist movement and LGBTQ+ rights also made progress. Imagine Hillary Clinton, the First Lady, promoting healthcare reform and women's rights, despite facing opposition from conservatives. Gay activists, such as at the Stonewall 25 March in 1994 in New York, demanded equal rights, even though the military's don't ask, don't tell policy still restricted their rights. The culture of the 1990s was vibrant and diverse. Grunge music, with bands like Nirvana and Pearl Jam, reflected the dissatisfaction of the younger generation. Imagine a concert in Seattle, where young people in flannel shirts sang along with Kurt Cobain. Hip-hop music, with artists like Tupac Shakur and the Notorious B.I.G., brought the voices of impoverished neighborhoods to the cultural center. Movies and television, such as Friends and Titanic, dominated popular culture. Imagine a movie theater in Chicago, packed with audiences crying as Jack sacrificed himself in Titanic. Clinton, despite economic success, faced personal scandals. The Monica Lewinsky scandal, when his relationship with a White House intern was exposed, led to an investigation by Special Prosecutor Kenneth Starr. Imagine the congressional hearings, televised live, as the House impeached Clinton in 1998 for perjury and obstruction of justice. Imagine a family in Texas arguing about whether Clinton should be removed from office. The Senate acquitted Clinton, but the incident deepened the division between the Democratic and Republican parties, foreshadowing future political polarization. Internationally, the U.S. led globalization efforts. Trade agreements and the spread of the Internet connected the world more than ever before. But this also led to new conflicts. The 1993 World Trade Center bombing and the 1998 bombings of U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, carried out by Al-Qaeda, were early signs of the terrorist threat. Imagine a rescue worker in New York digging through the rubble after the 1993 bombing, unaware that these events were just the beginning. As the sun set over the streets of Seattle or the fields of Iowa in 1999, the United States was the sole superpower, with a booming economy and unprecedented global influence. The technological revolution and popular culture shaped a new American identity, but inequality, racial divisions, and political tensions still simmered. Imagine a student in Silicon Valley coding for a startup, or an activist in Los Angeles fighting for racial justice. As the new millennium approached, the United States stood before a future full of promise, but also instability, with global and domestic challenges that would erupt in the next decade. Imagine you are standing on a street in Manhattan, New York, on the morning of September 11, 2001, as the sky rumbles with the roar of planes and smoke billows from the World Trade Center. Fire sirens wail, and panicked crowds flee the rubble as the two towers collapse. The 2000s were a tumultuous period for the United States, marked by terrorist attacks, wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. It was also a time of rapid technological change, deep political polarization, and questions about America's role in an increasingly unstable world. This is the story of a nation confronting fear, resiliently rising, but also grappling with difficult decisions and long-lasting consequences. This decade began with one of the most controversial elections in American history. In 2000, George W. Bush, Republican, faced Al Gore, Democrat, in a tight race. The results in Florida were disputed, with faulty ballots and accusations of irregularities in the vote count. Imagine election officials in Florida, examining each hanging Chad ballot under a lamp, while the entire nation awaited the results. The Supreme Court, in its Bush far. A Gore ruling stopped the recount, awarding the victory to Bush. Imagine a family in Ohio watching the news with a sense of disappointment or relief, depending on their political views. This election deepened the divide between red states, conservative, and blue states, liberal, foreshadowing a decade of polarization. On September 11, 2001, Al-Qaeda, a terrorist organization led by Osama bin Laden, carried out attacks on the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and a field in Pennsylvania after passengers on Flight 93 fought back against the hijackers. Nearly 3,000 people died, and the nation was in shock. Imagine a firefighter in New York, rushing into the rubble to save people, or a family in Texas, glued to the TV as the towers collapsed. President Bush, standing on the rubble at Ground Zero, declared through a bullhorn, "I can hear you. The rest of the world hears you, and the people who knock these buildings down will hear all of us soon." The 9/11 event changed America forever, sparking fear, patriotism, and a determination to fight terrorism. Just weeks later, the U.S. launched the war in Afghanistan to overthrow the Taliban, which harbored Al-Qaeda. Imagine an American soldier in Kabul, patrolling dusty streets, facing guerrillas and roadside bombs. This war was initially widely supported, but as it dragged on, it became costly and complex. In 2003, the US, along with allies, invaded Iraq, accusing Saddam Hussein of possessing weapons of mass destruction. Imagine a Marine in Baghdad, fighting in street battles, only to later learn that no such weapons were found. The Iraq War was controversial, with protests globally and domestically. Imagine a student in Berkeley, California, holding a "No War for Oil" sign, protesting U.S. intervention. The Patriot Act of 2001 expanded government surveillance powers to prevent terrorism, but also raised concerns about civil liberties. Imagine a citizen in Chicago worried that their phone calls were being wiretapped, or a Muslim American facing discrimination due to the wave of Islamophobia after 9/11. While wars dominated foreign policy, the U.S. economy experienced boom and bust. Early in the decade, the housing market grew strongly due to easy loans and speculation. Imagine a family in Nevada signing a mortgage with low interest rates, dreamed of a better life. But by 2008, the housing bubble burst, leading to the collapse of banks like Lehman Brothers. Imagine a banker in New York watching stock prices plummet on screen, or a family in Florida facing foreclosure when they couldn't pay their mortgage. The 2008 financial crisis, the worst since the Great Depression, caused millions to lose jobs, homes, and savings. The Bush administration passed the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act, TARP, injecting hundreds of billions of dollars to bail out banks. Imagine a worker in Detroit, angry to see banks rescued while their own auto factory closed. This crisis exposed economic inequality and increased dissatisfaction with the government and Wall Street. The 2000s saw a technology boom. The internet became an indispensable part of life, with platforms like Google, YouTube, and Facebook shaping how Americans communicated and consumed information. Imagine a teenager in Boston uploading their first video to YouTube, or a family in Seattle connecting with friends via Facebook. Smartphones like the iPhone, launched in 2007, changed how people worked and entertained themselves. Imagine a businessman in Chicago checking emails on his iPhone, feeling the convenience of new technology. Popular culture reflected both optimism and insecurity. TV shows like The Sopranos and American Idol attracted millions of viewers. Imagine a family in Atlanta cheering for their favorite contestant on American Idol. Pop and hip-hop music, with artists like Beyoncé and Eminem, dominated the charts. But culture also reflected tensions. Films like Michael Moore's Fahrenheit 9/11 criticized Bush's policies, sparking controversy. Imagine a movie theater in Los Angeles, where audiences debated heatedly after watching the film. Civil rights and feminist movements continued, but progress was slow. Black and Latino people still faced inequality in education, employment, and justice. Imagine an activist in New Orleans, fighting for the rights of those affected by Hurricane Katrina in 2005, when the government's slow response left thousands, mostly black people, in despair. The LGBTQ+ rights movement made strides, such as the legalization of same-sex marriage in Massachusetts in 2004, but still faced strong opposition. Imagine a gay couple in Boston, holding their wedding, both joyful and anxious about the future. Political polarization increased, with issues like abortion, gun control, and immigration causing division. Imagine a debate in Arizona, where people argued over strict immigration laws, increasing tensions between Latinos and the government. In 2008, Barack Obama, a senator from Illinois, won the presidential election, becoming the first black president of the United States. Imagine a crowd in Chicago cheering as Obama declared victory, with his hope and change message inspiring millions. This event was a historic milestone, but also sparked opposition from conservatives foreshadowing challenges during his term. As dusk fell on the streets of New York or the fields of Kansas in 2009, the United States was a resilient but scarred nation. 9/11, and the wars had changed how America viewed the world, while the financial crisis shook faith in the American dream. Technology and culture brought new opportunities, but inequality and political polarization remained major challenges. Imagine a student in California dreaming of a better future, or a soldier returning from Iraq, struggling to reintegrate into civilian life. As the 2000s drew to a close, the United States entered a new era with Obama in leadership, bringing hope, but also facing global and domestic issues awaiting resolution. Imagine you are standing in a park in New York in 2011, among the protesters of the Occupy Wall Street movement, holding up a banner that reads, "We are the 99%, to protest economic inequality." Drums are beating, and the air is filled with both indignation and hope for a more just society. The 2010s were a period when the United States continued to consolidate its role as a superpower, but also faced deep political polarization, social struggles over race and gender, and global challenges such as climate change and the rise of social media. Under the two terms of Barack Obama and the beginning of the Donald Trump administration, this is the story of a nation grappling with its identity, both pushing for progress and facing backlash in an increasingly connected yet unstable world. Barack Obama, who took office in 2009, entered the White House with the promise of hope and change. In 2010, he signed the Affordable Care Act, often called Obamacare, to provide health insurance to millions of uninsured Americans. Imagine a single mother in Chicago, seeing a doctor for the first time without fear of bankruptcy, but also facing opposition from those who believed the law interfered too much with the free market. Obamacare became one of Obama's greatest, but also most controversial achievements. The U.S. economy gradually recovered after the 2008 financial crisis, with unemployment falling from nearly 10% in 2010 to about 4% by the end of the decade. Imagine a worker in Detroit finding a new job in the revitalized auto industry, feeling hopeful, but still worried about the future. However, economic inequality persisted, and the Occupy Wall Street movement in 2011 highlighted anger at the financial elite. Imagine a student in Boston participating in a protest, holding a banner denouncing large banks. On the international stage, Obama sought to reduce U.S. military intervention. In 2011, U.S. forces killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, in Pakistan. Imagine SEAL operatives infiltrating a compound under the cover of darkness, or crowds in Times Square, cheering when the news was announced. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq gradually de-escalated, but conflicts in Syria and the rise of ISIS posed new challenges. Imagine a U.S. diplomat at the United Nations debating how to deal with the Syrian refugee crisis. The 2010s witnessed an explosion of social movements. The Black Lives Matter movement, born in 2013 after the acquittal of Trayvon Martin's killer, became a powerful voice against police brutality and systemic racism. Imagine thousands of protesters in Ferguson, Missouri in 2014 after the death of Michael Brown, holding up banners that read, "I can't breathe," a phrase that became symbolic after Eric Garner's death. These protests exposed racial divisions, with some viewing them as a struggle for justice, while others saw them as disruptive. The feminist movement also made strides. In 2017, the Women's March in Washington, D.C., attracted millions globally, protesting gender inequality and conservative policies. Imagine a woman in Los Angeles carrying a banner demanding equal pay standing with thousands of others. The Me Too movement, which erupted in 2017, exposed sexual harassment in industries from Hollywood to politics. Imagine an actress in New York publicly sharing her story, inspiring thousands of others to speak out. LGBTQ+ rights reached a historic milestone when the Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage nationwide in the 2015 Obergefell-Hodges ruling. Imagine a gay couple in San Francisco, celebrating their wedding amidst the joy of family and friends, feeling recognized for the first time. But this progress also faced backlash from conservative groups, deepening cultural divides. Technology shaped the 2010s more than any previous era. Social media, with platforms like Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, changed how Americans communicated and consumed information. Imagine a teenager in Florida posting photos on Instagram, or an activist in Chicago using Twitter to organize protests. But social media also spread misinformation and increased polarization. Imagine a family in Texas arguing over a political post on Facebook, reflecting the deepening divide. Companies like Apple, Google, and Amazon became global giants. Imagine an engineer in Silicon Valley working on a new iPhone, or a customer in Seattle receiving a package from Amazon just hours after ordering. But the dominance of tech giants also raised concerns about privacy and monopolies. Meanwhile, platforms like Uber and Airbnb revolutionized the economy, but also sparked controversy over labor rights. Imagine an Uber driver in Los Angeles working long hours without health insurance. In 2016, Donald Trump, a businessman and reality TV star, won a surprising victory over Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Imagine a crowd in Pennsylvania cheering as Trump promised to make America great again, attracting workers who felt left behind by globalization. Trump's victory, with the support of conservative voters and white working-class individuals, shocked the political elite. Imagine a voter in California, disappointed by Clinton's defeat, concerned about the future of liberal policies. The Trump administration pursued conservative policies, such as tax cuts, environmental deregulation, and building a border wall with Mexico. Imagine a construction worker in Arizona, working on the border fence, while activists nearby protested immigration policies. Trump's policies, especially on immigration and trade, deepened the divide between red and blue states. Meanwhile, investigations into Russian interference in the 2016 election sparked debate about the legitimacy of his victory. Climate change became an urgent issue. Disasters like Superstorm Sandy, 2012, and Hurricane Harvey, 2017, devastated American cities. Imagine a family in Houston wading through floodwaters to save their belongings, or an activist in New York joining the Fridays for Future movement to demand climate action. Obama signed the Paris Agreement in 2015 to reduce emissions, but Trump withdrew the U.S. from the agreement in 2017, causing global controversy. Terrorism remained a threat. Attacks, such as the 2016 Orlando shooting that killed 49 people, sparked debate about gun control and security. Imagine a community in Florida mourning the victims, while lawmakers debated how to prevent violence. The culture of the 2010s reflected diversity and division. Films like Black Panther, 2018, celebrated black culture, while shows like The Handmaid's Tale reflected concerns about women's rights. Imagine a movie theater in Atlanta, packed with audiences cheering for T'Challa. Pop and hip-hop music, with artists like Beyoncé and Kendrick Lamar, dominated the charts, bringing social commentary into music. Imagine a concert in Los Angeles, where the audience sang along to Lamar's All Right, an anthem of the Black Lives Matter movement. As dusk fell on the streets of San Francisco or the fields of Iowa in 2019, the United States was a nation of great power, but also deep division. Obama had brought progress in healthcare, civil rights, and foreign policy, but Trump represented a backlash from those who felt left behind. Technology connected the world, but also deepened polarization. Imagine a student in Washington, D.C., participating in a climate protest, or a worker in Pennsylvania, hoping Trump would bring jobs back to their community. As the 2010s drew to a close, the United States stood on the cusp of a new decade, facing challenges of unity, justice, and its role in a rapidly changing world. Part 29. The 2020s. Pandemic, peak polarization, and power transition. 2020-2025. Imagine standing on a deserted street in New York in March 2020, amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, as ambulance sirens echoed through the air and shops were silently closed. Masks covered the faces of passers-by, and the fear of an invisible virus enveloped the nation. The 2020s were a turbulent period for the United States, marked by a global pandemic, racial justice protests, unprecedented political polarization, and challenges related to climate change and America's global leadership role. Under the administrations of Donald Trump and then Joe Biden, this is the story of a nation facing successive crises, seeking to heal deep divisions and reshaping its future in an unstable world. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic, caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus, spread from China globally, shaking the United States. By March, major cities like New York and Seattle became epicenters, with hospitals overwhelmed and death tolls soaring. Imagine a nurse in Brooklyn, working a 16-hour shift in protective gear, struggling to save patients while facing the risk of infection. The federal government, under Trump's leadership, implemented measures such as lockdowns and the Operation Warp Speed vaccine development program. But inconsistent coordination led to thousands of deaths daily. Imagine a family in Texas losing a loved one to COVID-19, watching TV debates about mask wearing and vaccinations. The pandemic caused a severe economic crisis. Millions lost their jobs as businesses closed. Imagine a restaurant worker in Chicago, queuing at a food bank to feed their family, or a small business owner in Florida, despairing as their store went bankrupt. Congress passed relief packages, such as the CARES Act, providing unemployment benefits and stimulus checks. But economic inequality grew, with the wealthy on Wall Street benefiting from a recovering stock market, while poor workers struggled. In 2020, the death of George Floyd, a black man killed by Minneapolis police, ignited nationwide protests. The Black Lives Matter movement, already strong from the previous decade, reached its peak. Imagine thousands of people in Washington, D.C., marching through the streets, holding signs saying "Justice for George Floyd," demanding police reform and an end to systemic racism. The protests, though largely peaceful, sometimes led to violence and looting, deepening divisions. Imagine a shop owner in Minneapolis, repairing broken windows after a night of riots, or a police officer in Atlanta, facing public outrage. These events highlighted long-standing racial issues. Black and Latino people continued to face inequality in education, healthcare, and justice. Imagine a black student in Chicago, participating in protests, hoping for a more just future. Meanwhile, conservative groups opposed, arguing that the Black Lives Matter movement increased division. This polarization was amplified by social media, where posts and videos spread rapidly, often distorting the truth. The 2020 presidential election between Donald Trump and Joe Biden was one of the most controversial events in American history. Imagine a voter in Pennsylvania waiting in line for hours to cast their ballot amidst the pandemic while campaigns fiercely debated on TV. Biden won narrowly, but Trump refused to concede, alleging election fraud without convincing evidence. Imagine a group of Trump supporters gathered at Stop the Steal rallies, believing the election was manipulated. On January 6, 2021, a crowd of Trump supporters stormed the Capitol in Washington, D.C., aiming to overturn the election results. Imagine the chaos as protesters broke down doors, smashed windows, and confronted police, while lawmakers hid in bunkers. The riot resulted in 5 deaths and shook the nation, highlighting political polarization and the fragility of American democracy. Trump was impeached for a second time for inciting violence, but was acquitted by the Senate. Joe Biden, who took office on January 20, 2021, called for national unity. Imagine Biden standing in front of the Capitol, still bearing the marks of the riot, taking the oath of office with a promise to heal the soul of America. He promoted progressive policies, such as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act of 2021, investing billions of dollars in roads, bridges, and clean energy. Imagine a construction worker in Ohio, working on a new bridge, feeling the impact of these investments. Biden also faced major challenges. The withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan in 2021, ending America's longest war, led to the rapid collapse of the Afghan government to the Taliban. Imagine the chaotic scenes at Kabul airport, as thousands of Afghans sought to flee, and American veterans at home, feeling frustrated by the cost of 20 years of war. Domestically, inflation surged due to supply chain disruptions and economic stimulus spending, leaving people like a family in California, struggling with soaring gas and food prices. Climate change became a top priority. Disasters like wildfires in California and hurricanes in the Gulf of Mexico highlighted the urgency. Imagine an activist in New Orleans protesting for climate action, while Biden rejoined the Paris Agreement and promoted renewable energy. But opposition from oil-producing states complicated these efforts. Technology continued to shape the 2020s. Social media, like TikTok and Twitter, became centers of political and cultural debate. Imagine a teenager in Florida creating TikTok videos about climate change, or a journalist in New York using Twitter to report breaking news. But social media also spread misinformation, from vaccine conspiracy theories to election fraud allegations. Companies like Elon Musk's Tesla and SpaceX accelerated innovation in electric vehicles and space travel. Imagine an engineer in Texas working on the Starship rocket, dreaming of sending humans to Mars. Culture reflected both unity and division. Films like Everything Everywhere All at Once, 2022, celebrated diversity, while shows like Squid Game on Netflix, watched by millions of Americans, reflected global interconnectedness. Pop and hip-hop music, with artists like Taylor Swift and Drake, continued to dominate. Imagine a concert in Atlanta where the audience sang along, temporarily forgetting the tensions of the era. By 2025, political polarization reached its peak. Issues like immigration, gun control, and abortion rights deeply divided Americans. Imagine a debate in Arizona where people argued about border policy, or a protest in Washington, D.C. after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022, restricting abortion rights. The LGBTQ+ rights and civil rights movements continued, but faced backlash from conservative groups. As the sun set over the streets of Seattle or the fields of Kansas in 2025, the United States was a powerful but divided nation. The COVID-19 pandemic and protests exposed inequalities, while technology and culture brought both opportunities and challenges. Imagine a student in Boston participating in climate justice protests, or a veteran in Virginia reflecting on the legacy of wars. Under Biden's leadership, the U.S. has made progress in infrastructure and climate, but polarization and global instability, from the conflict in Ukraine to tensions with China, remain threats. As the 2020s progress, the United States faces an uncertain future, with lessons from the past and new challenges awaiting.